GM, KEP Posse. This is Kianga Ellis. Welcome to the Kianga Ellis Projects 33 ETH Friendraiser and live stream. Today is Monday, December 1st, 2025. And I have been looking forward to today for a really long time. We are going to just, get comfortable because this is what I'm calling a marathon. No. I'm called it an endurance live stream, which means that, we're going to go for a while. We're going to go for a while. So here's the program. And before I even say about the program, I want to begin by saying this live stream, this Friendraiser, the project is about service. It's about civic engagement, and it's about independent art expression. So those are the three things, okay? Service or social welfare, civic engagement, we call it citizen adjacent action, and independent art expression. Those are the three legs to the stool. That's what all of this is about. And what I'm going to talk about during this endurance live stream and show you is a full view of Kianga Ellis Projects, like the origin story and what it is. Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects, which is a different thing, which is a new nonprofit social welfare organization based in the United States. And we are of a type that does not allow deductions for donations, but does qualify us as a charitable organization. And within that, we have the flexibility to do some direct political activity. So that's kind of how Kianga Ellis Projects and this Friendraiser, that particular aspect of it, operates. And then the third thing I'll mention is, broadly speaking, the Rural Rapid Response Network. And that's where all of this is leading to. That's where all of this is pointing to. All of the activity, everything that I'm going to talk about today is building a foundation for a brick and mortar, digital, both sort of online, generally speaking, but also on-chain network from central New York State to the mid-coast of the Atlantic Ocean in the state of Maine. So we have both a physical, primarily our focus is on meat space. Our focus is on people, humanity, living, breathing, surviving in the Northeast region of the United States, New York State, and New England. And we are standing up brick and mortar nodes, project houses, stations that are restored historic buildings. And our ambition is to, have a whole multitude of these across New York and New England. But to start off where I meet you today, we have building projects underway in the Northern Catskills of New York and in Down East Maine. But for all of this to work, for all of this to be the change, to be the new thing that gives our lives new forms of meaning, new forms of stability, and not only our own lives, but the lives and the potential and the prosperity for our local communities. We are crypto native. And I just right here want to say, depending on who you are, that's either like good news. So it's good news, bad news story. It's good news, bad news. But number one, you do not have to know anything about blockchain or cryptocurrency whatsoever at any point in this live stream. You'll This is not going to be content about crypto per se. But if you're already indoctrinated, if you're already down the rabbit hole, I think you'll find that what we've put together, what I've been working on for many, many, many years, is actually pretty innovative and could solve or address many of the shortcomings, many of the roadblocks, the frustrations that if you have been in, I'll say, the social DAO space, or even hardcore DeFi. I know a lot of you in DeFi have wanted to see the projects, the work, the technology begin to trickle down, trickle up, trickle out. I don't know what the right words are for it, but just to begin to penetrate the problems that non-technical regular people are experiencing. I mean, if you're real OG, if the ethos that this entire new sector emerged from, of course, really is quite passionate about how we are solving, or going to solve, or can solve many, 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 many ills in how humanity is governed, how humanity is constrained, restrained. So with all of that being said, let's dive in, as they say. I've got some coffee, got afternoon coffee. Not sure where it is. I'm sorry, not sure what time it is, wherever you are. Maybe it's morning, so I say GM to you. Maybe it's also 2 p.m., which is the time it is where I am. Well, okay, where am I? So where I am is coming to you from the headquarters of the Rural Rapid Response Network, and also my office in Albany, New York. So I am physically right now in the capital city of New York State, the seat of government. And I can just, look a little ways yonder and see what all those politicians are up to. And that is why we are here, because that is very key to this project. Our observation, our learning, our knowledge, and our vetting at a local level, at a more granular level that doesn't have a lot of sizzle, doesn't have a lot of pop. But, we just have to go there. We have to be there. And so I am here, and it makes sense, although it may sort of seem disconnected with a rural project. But as far as a network is concerned, and again, our geographical focus in terms of our meat space activity is New York and New England. For our rural communities to avoid catastrophe, what I've figured out is we need more nexus, we need more linkages with denser areas. So both from a standpoint of relationship and information and connection to the centers of power that determine our environment, the local legislatures. And yeah, having just that link in the network is critical. So both Albany and Boston is in view because of my personal origin story, being born and growing up in Boston, in Massachusetts, and of course Maine. So which is sort of the other terminus of the network, where we have a project house in Deer Isle, which is mid-coast, called Down East Maine, and Augusta. So we're focused in the project on, again, geography, that's the region, And in addition to the rural communities, specifically headquarters in the capital cities, New York, Albany, where I am right now, Boston, Massachusetts, where I am from, and Augusta in Maine, where I'm going. So it's a very personal project, which you will see abundantly. But I'm so excited to really open it up, expand it, take what I've learned in crypto and blockchain over a decade, really, both financially, both on the financial side and on the social side. So our preoccupation as far as cryptocurrency and blockchain is concerned has to do with utility. I want to be very, very clear. None of this is an investment. None of it is an investment advice. And I also must also say, because I'm a lawyer, none of it is legal advice. Do your own research. You got to get your own lawyers. I'm not your lawyer, and I'm not your investment advisor. I know that every time you hear about crypto and tokenization, there's a lot of hair on the story, and there's a lot of reputational issues. So I hope that as you spend time in this live stream, and if you want to, become part of the circle of trust, if you want to enter the circle of trust and join the friend circle, you're going to see that there still is tremendous potential with this technology, with tokens, NFTs, coins, all of it. And I'm going to go through these sort of the arguments or the principles, the thought matrix that is Rural Rapid Response Network, Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects, and Kianga Ellis Projects. So how are we doing? Okay, great. So what I want to do now is I am going to share my screen and show you the article. We posted an article on X, at Kianga Ellis X, that gives you just all the content, the program that will unfold over the next number of hours. All the links, everything is in this one article. And so let me go there now. And that way I can just give an overview of where we're going to go in this Friendraiser. And then we'll, get started. So how's everyone, while I pull this up, how's everybody doing today? Oh, we just need friends. We need a friend circle. We need a friend circle. Okay. Let me make sure you all are seeing that in the right way. Okay, yeah, that looks great. All right, so program for FKP, Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects Friendraiser. This article provides details about today's endurance live stream from 2 to 7, to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Program schedule is listed below, as well as a full project description. Grassroots goes on chain. So as I spoke about tokens and coins and crypto utility, a core architecture, core infrastructure for us, central to that is a protocol called Juicebox. And if you're watching this live in the first 15 minutes, there's a decent chance. Well, I don't know. I think I have two very different communities that are now following along with Kianga Ellis Projects. There's, my crypto people, and then there's my political people who I've gotten to know over the past year of being kind of pretty hands-on with trying to figure out what is the right response, what's my right response for the political crisis that we are in the United States, not limited to the US, it's really global phenomenon. So in fact, you don't have to be in the US or located in New York or New England, I think, for hanging out with us to be interesting or meaningful. All are welcome. So we're going to be talking about the grassroots going on chain, and specifically also, of course, Kianga Ellis Projects. And Juicebox, which is well known as a crowdfunding platform. Our use of Juicebox is so much more than that. It is, in fact, how we've been able to design a nonprofit organization that is, I'm saying crypto native, but I realize that doesn't necessarily mean anything to you. But it's about having a new operating communication and financial structure that's all integrated, both with how we are and how we exist as our defined person in physical space in particular locations, but married with the power and the potential of this next frontier of the internet of value. So all of the things that we got with Web 2.0, with this last 20 years of the internet and social, and now, what we're going to see over the next 20 years. And that is all being compressed and combined in an operating structure because of what the amazing team and DAO and contributors to Juicebox have created. And so there'll be a lot to say about that in a future segment of the program when I go through our principal article, which is called First I Got the Banny, Then I Got the Power. So I'll get more into why we are on chain and why the Juicebox family is just such a critical relationship and community to be a part of and integrate. All that we are doing automatically becomes part of that network, which is very exciting. So the first thing after I finish going through the program is we are going to watch a Kianga Ellis Projects exhibition from 2012 called You Can't Vote in Change, or Can You? Then, okay, I'm getting a few minutes behind. Then we're going to go through the essay. First I got the Banny, then I got the power, because that's going to really set out our values, our intention, our aspiration, and our vision. Very, very important. And after that discussion, around 4 p.m., there'll be another set of screenings of vintage Kianga Ellis projects. So you're going to basically see 20 years, a 20-year arc of what I've been doing in the space of, in my sort of nonprofit zone, work I've done on and off that focused primarily on arts patronage, new audiences for the arts. So the internet as a very exciting novel technology at the time, and particularly social, and as streaming or video became a thing. Some of you, this is probably like around the time you were born. But I remember a time I remember the first time I saw moving video on like a computer, like on a laptop. And it was mind blowing. This was at CES, Consumer Electronics Show, probably around 2004 or 5. It's just so hard to even remember, but I do remember. And by taking a look back through the evolution of technology, this kind of social, connected, online technological, evolution, it's a great way to reflect on the culture and our politics and what we're going to do to preserve the present and protect the future, which is our motto. So I look forward to showing you me as a little baby 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, with one of the first, I mean, the first significant project that I did in this vein of social practice and community service. And so then when I get through that around 5 o'clock, we'll just have another chat about how everything that we've seen and shown and talked about thus far, how it translates to the activity that Kianga Ellis Projects is championing going forward, and where Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects comes in as a Juicebox architected, on-chain, tokenized community, nonprofit organization, all of that. And then around 5:30, we'll have another screening of a performance that I organized in 2013. And this was all online with the artist Robert Pear. So that'll be going for a little while. And then, yeah, and then we'll just wrap up. And at any time, feel free to drop a question or comment in the chat. Let me make sure I've got that open. And yeah. And so, yeah, okay, so this is a Friendraiser. And if you are involved in nonprofits, you'll know that Friendraiser usually means donations are optional. So, of course, donations are optional. And yes, we have a 33 ETH goal. On the day that ETH is down, I don't know, it's crashing hard. It's crashing hard. And so, I don't know. I love that. I actually really feel that's proper. That's a proper scenario for this, because we don't want the hype. We don't want the fast burn, the sizzle, the pop. We are slow, deliberate. This is a 25-year project, you guys. This is a 25-year project. So we are in it for the long term, and we want to attract friends to join us on this journey, which is a very, I'm looking for where we're supposed to be going. Oh, right. Okay. I have it up on the other screen. We are looking for friends. You know, you can't make, hang on. I'm not a professional streamer, although, hang on. Okay. I'm so serious, you guys, about friendship and restoring the social fabric, the physical like fabric where we see each other in person and we touch and we hang out and we talk and we read and we write together, and we just do all those old-fashioned things that have kind of become different and difficult in recent years. But we're not gonna give up on the technology that supports that maybe can help us find one another, can help us to communicate, and really importantly, the economic possibility for us to have a model that maintains our own sovereignty. You know, there's a whole piece about your personal sovereignty that is, you know, something to consider in terms of, you know, whatever emerges from regulations and technology where cryptocurrency is concerned. I am not going to be talking about any of that, because that is a very, very tricky area. And I no longer advise people on investing in crypto. And I basically say, you know, just don't, unless you're going to become a professional. But I think that some of the ways in which a group of people can use the monetary potency of crypto networks, of what the wider ecosystem is doing, I've put some things together, I think, that are in an interesting way. And so that kind of innovation, both for what we're doing as a group, but then how we expand that to our local towns and communities, folks who are never going to be doing tokens, at least in the way that we are going to be doing them. In at least in terms of this being a kind of working group, a core group. Yeah, I'll be talking about our journal, the 3RNJ, Rural Rapid Response Journal, and the writing that we want to do in concert with local governance issues. For those of us who are going to be really digging in, a certain amount of literacy is absolutely necessary. So if that's you, holding a KEP token is the next step. You could also just be passive. You could just be like a silent fan and just participate in the lore, be connected, and that will give you the flexibility to engage in governance, a bunch of things that having a tokenized community that's identified and networked on a blockchain through NFTs, through tokens, the way that that all works, there's a lot of optionality there. And down the track, it lays a foundation for a local currency project that is regional, that is state, that is town level. And that is something that we're building from day one. From day one, everyone who contributes to the project is receiving currency, not currency, I mean, you're receiving rights to coins that will form the basis of a local currency project. So there's just tons. This is an onion, everybody. This is an onion. And to kick off, we are going to go back in time. We are going to go back to the year 2012 and the night of the last presidential debate in October of 2012 between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama. Kianga Ellis Projects organized this panel to talk about memes, meme culture, and politics. And this is just a fascinating conversation. I'll let the whole screening speak for itself in terms of who's participating, but it was organized and led by a brilliant woman, an artist, Elisa Kreisinger, who goes by Pop Culture Pirate. She has gone on to Emmy Awards and fame and doing other amazing things in the years since. But I got to know her a long time ago in Brooklyn. She was very young and doing the most extraordinary remix work on the internet that I just found endlessly stimulating. And we did a number of projects together, and this is one of them. So I want to screen that right now. Okay, and we're gonna watch this together for the next hour, and then I'll come back and we'll talk about it, and we'll talk about what it means relative to the future. Okay. All right. Guys, I have to just check these things on another screen to see if this is working. I have been doing this for a year, and I'm still clumsy with it. That's okay, right? You don't mind. You don't mind. We're going to be together for the next 5 hours, so there's no rush. Okay, I think, yes. So I'm going to mute myself, and then we're going to watch this full screen, okay? But no, I don't. Let me see how that looks. Full screen. No, no, no. Hang on, because I don't want to block. I want to be in the view. Bear with me, guys. I want to be in the view, but I don't want to block the bottom of. Oh, that's good. Okay, we'll do it like that.
All right, this broadcast is live. Welcome everyone to Kianga Ellis Projects. And our exhibition for tonight is with the pop culture pirate, Lisa Kreisinger, who's here. And we have just an hour because we have a hard stop. We have 59 minutes. We have a hard stop at 9 o'clock because we're all excited to watch the third and final United States presidential debate. And we have some friends who are hanging out with us, and I'll have them introduce themselves. But first, Elisa, why don't you take it away?
Sure, great. Well, thank you for organizing this, Kianga. I'm really excited to just have a discussion with other people, online, but also somewhat in person. I know a lot of us have been sharing memes and talking via either Twitter or via Facebook comments. So it'll be fun to have a small, somewhat, intimate discussion about the viralness of this election and sort of the memification of the electoral process. I would love to show some remixes and some videos as we go along, and just kind of keep this a ping pong sort of back and forth discussion with you guys, and just talk about the effects of the viral memes, but also maybe talk a little bit about their effect on art. Are they art? Do they qualify as art? How do we judge their success if it is something that is viral? Are we just preaching to the choir? So I have lots of questions. I have maybe some answers, but I'd love to just talk about what you guys think in particular, because I feel like a lot of this stuff, these memes, as public and as viral as they are, it's sometimes difficult to actually have a discussion about them. So I can't wait to get it started. And do we all want to introduce ourselves one by one?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So I was going to say, why don't we go in order, but I realized that everybody's order on the screen is probably different than mine.
I'll go.
Okay, great.
Since I've already spoken, my name's Lelia Mitchell, and I'm based in Boston, and I'm very happy to be here sharing this hour with everyone, eager to hear and share dialogue and hopefully spur some new thoughts.
And Layla, what do you, I know you're based in Boston, but what do you do? Do you want to just talk about a little bit what you do?
As an artist, I'm largely a photographer, have been a photographer for many, many years, but I'm moving along into printmaking as well to sort of get back to a hands-on, tactile experience, but also that involves process, because printmaking is very much process oriented, not dissimilar to photography used to be. And the quality of handmade objects is very, very appealing. And I can also integrate photography into that as well. So that's my art making work. And for money, I'm in broadcast media. So that's what I do.
Cool, great.
Sounds like there's a child or a kitty cat out there.
No, I live right by a fire station, so there was an engine going by.
Oh.
I suppose
you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. My name's Michelle Farrell. I'm a master's student at NYU in the Media, Culture, and Communications program. I am currently writing my thesis on the way politicians are using Twitter, how they're using hashtags and links and @ mentions to communicate their platforms and have conversations with constituents. If that's even what they're doing, I'm actually increasingly finding they're not. And I'm applying to PhD program to continue my research into the way memes are affecting the political process in America.
Cool, awesome. Who is next? I'd say, Christine, do you want to introduce yourself next?
Sure. My name is Christine Cassidy. I'm an educator. I live in New York City. I've been an English language arts teacher for approximately 16 years, but I'm also interested in the arts and culture and technology and how individuals use arts, culture, and technology to create communities and to connect to one another.
Awesome. Great. And then Mark, thank you for joining us. Do you want to just introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. My name is Mark Tabor, and I'm an artist. I live in New York City, and I'm interested in how technology like this Hangout can be a way of changing how we communicate and distribute information and everything. So I think this is really an exciting project to be watching.
Great. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with us, literally. I'm an artist also based in New York City. My medium is primarily video, and I've been doing a lot of video remixing. So I call it sometimes remixing when I'm with people who understand the internet, but I also call it appropriation art or just video art. So I'll be playing a few remixes tonight, but like I said earlier, I'd really love to just talk about how or if the viral meme-ification of the electoral process helps or hinders that process, and hear your thoughts on that. So Kianga, should I just jump in and get started? Do you want to introduce yourself?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, hi, I'm Kianga Ellis, and I have a gallery in Brooklyn called Kianga Ellis Projects, and my focus is on conceptual exhibitions that present a group of artists who are working in a very particular way, a way that is social, a way that involves people and situations. And so I have 7 artists who will be presenting projects with this season between now and September and May of next year. And this is an exhibition. So thank you all for participating and those who are watching. And if you're watching in a Twitter, our hashtag for tonight is debate remix. So I will be following here and can add your comments later on when we get into a discussion.
Great. Okay, awesome. So just to start off, I came into remixing back in 2007, 2008, during the 2008 election season. And what really threw me was Obama's Hope campaign. And while I was a big fan of Obama and Hillary, what really interested me was this idea that we could vote in change. And that's sort of what this Google Hangout was named after, the remix, You Can't Vote in Change. And I really wanted to make use of an archive that had just become available in 2008 from the Museum of Moving Image. They had put all of their presidential ad campaigns available on their website for download. And so I went through the campaigns and I just began to look at how every presidential candidate promised a version of the same thing. And I've gotten a lot of feedback that this was a really pessimistic approach, but I think it's important to remember that, change can't always be voted in. So I'd like to just start off with this remix just to get our discussion started. And just bear with me while I figure out how to play said video. Whoops, that's not it. Okay. Sorry. Oh.
Is anyone seeing anything besides our lovely faces?
No luck yet.
Damn.
This was the experience on Google Plus, 13 years ago. Nothing has changed terribly much. But just a reminder, if you're just joining, we're screening something from 2012, a project that I presented not long ago. And in fact, the whole broadcast doesn't ever show any of Elisa's.
So no one can see the video, huh? Except Kianga and I?
Oh, no. I'm trying to pull it up on my phone.
Okay, but nobody's seeing it in the YouTube app.
Oh.
On the top page, on the top, you should have a YouTube button.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to allow the YouTube app on top. I hadn't allowed it yet, so.
Okay.
Okay, so
But I wonder if people can.
how can anybody see it?
I
Yes.
can.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Great.
Well, you know what I've been doing? I've been looking for the old Pop Culture Pirate channel on YouTube so that I could share that with you and you could watch the videos that we're talking about in this live stream from 2012. But it's not coming up. I wonder if she deleted that or YouTube has been up to some mischief. But a couple of months ago, I was able to find them. So let me keep looking. I'm going to look so that way I'll drop it in the chat and you can see the work that we're all referencing in this conversation.
That was brilliant.
Oh, thanks. So that was in 2008, based on Obama's Change campaign. So did everybody have an okay time playing and hearing that?
Yes.
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 Okay, great. Yeah, sorry.
Also, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to mention, if anyone's watching the live stream, that video is also embedded on KiangaEllisProjects.com. So if what you're screening isn't showing up, people can go to that page and watch them also.
Great, yeah. So that was one of the first things I made out of college, and it was really pixelated, and I was really trying to figure out how do I use the things that I have access to, and I think that that's what a lot of artists kind of go through. What do I have access to? What's cheap and what's readily available? I had this archive from the Museum of Moving Image, and while things were extremely pixelated, obviously not in HD, and you know, back in the 50s and 60s, there was no HD. I was just happy and lucky to have an archive that I had access to. So that's something sort of as I've gone along in my practice, I've really tried hard to find things that were better quality, so it looked better. And I find that when you use footage that looks really good and sexy and clear in HD, it makes it so that the socio-political critique goes down a little bit easier, because people are more inclined to watch it if it looks really good, if it doesn't look like you're giving them a lecture. But the one thing that that remix reminds me of is that I'm somewhat giving a lecture, and a really depressing one at that, I feel like sometimes. But it was what I had access to, and I think that that's what a lot of artists, you know, deal with and have to go through. It's what they have access to that they can make stuff from. But I think just bringing that back around to what we're trying to talk about tonight, with the memification of the election, I think that that's similar to the meme of the binders full of women, viral meme. You know, we didn't see anything that was that artistic. You know, the viralness of that idea was not in who can make the most beautiful photoshopped collage. It was who could turn out the wittiest copy, and who could pair that with, even if it was stock photography. We saw a ton of stock photos, and here I can paste the link to the Tumblr if you haven't seen the most up-to-date ones.
Tumblr!
So yeah, again, it wasn't, I thought the most interesting thing about that meme, and just memes in general, is that most of them look really shitty, and most of them look terrible and look like they've been done in Word. Does that hinder, or does that help the viral nature of it? And you know, Michelle, I know you probably have touched on this a lot in your thesis writing. So do you have any stats? Like, I just have my opinions and what I've seen on Twitter, but do you have any stats or research on that?
Not, unfortunately, right now I don't. It's actually very difficult to gather stats on it, just because, like, where do you even begin to gather that data? I mean, do you start on Tumblr? Do you start on Reddit? Do you start on Know Your Meme? What I do have are some really interesting conversations. One especially about the binders full of women meme that came up, and of course snarky comments from just like the commentariat in general. But I could find this article and post it for you guys. Someone wrote about how the binders full of women meme actually takes away, like, by making that a meme that people are just laughing at and trying to continue to propagate, we actually lose some of the more intelligent conversation that could be had about what is the proper way to get women into positions of power in politics. Is there any merit to the way Mitt Romney did attempted to do that? And if not, why not? And like we lose nuance there, which was an argument I found really compelling, actually.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that I had posted in the lead up to this conversation on my Twitter page, or I just tweeted, do memes help or hinder the conversation? Does it move it forward? And I think it's a really interesting question. And yeah, I agree in some respects that we lose some of the nuance approaches to this discussion of women in the workplace. On the other hand, I think that the audience for those articles are very small. That audience is small and niche, and you only target a few people who would be reading that publication or that article. I just wonder, do we reach more people? And actually, I should say, it shouldn't be one or the other. Can we have both in some way, where we're reaching a more pop culture inclined audience who is just looking for the bottom line, and that's their the audience that is more inclined to get their news from the Daily Show and from Colbert Report, where it's just the punchline, that's their news for the day, that's the headline. Or can we have both? Can we engage both of those audiences with both of those pieces of media? I think we can and we should. I would love to hear what you guys think and your thoughts on audience, I guess, in general, and are we excluding people with the viral nature of like binders full of women? Are we excluding certain topics? Are we, I guess, yeah, making the discussion a little less nuanced and just boiling it down to its main components, for lack of a better word?
Well, one of the interesting things I think we find about memes is that is sort of the evolution of them. So you like the whole idea about memes is especially once you have a good cache of them, is to not say the same, like not have the same punchline as the person before you did. In which case that maybe, the sort of like the novelty inherent in meme culture, which a lot of people say is sort of one of its downfalls, is like, oh, you're just, trying to move on to the next funniest thing. But maybe while people keep trying to find humor in a particular meme, like binders full of women, it might actually encourage people to explore parts of that situation that are perhaps not immediately apparent, and in that way encouraging the exploration of nuance and the consequences of things and the implications of things.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of it puts everybody into the global writer's room and makes everyone a headline writer, because you're forced to do that research in order to come up with your punchline. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of memeing, is going from a passive audience member to an active creator of something. And that's what really interests me about it.
But is there an effort for people to just simply come up with the next clever line or clever concept at the expense of exploring any of these concepts in a deeper way, like the binders full of women? That actually came from an actual binder that was presented to him when he was governor of Massachusetts. He had nothing to do with it, of course, but this coalition of women executives and thought leaders put this binder together and presented it to him. So that's one thing. But when it becomes just this constant barrage of clips and what's the next funniest thing, it all goes down to a very narrow and very shallow concept of current politics. And that's from your video. It's been that way since ever since there's been voting, just these clips, these concepts that are very shallow and narrow.
Yeah, there's an article on salon.com. I'll post it in the group chat that makes that sort of
plugging in. I'll be right back.
That traces the the history of these kinds of punchlines in politics, and that actually the dynamics that we're seeing now are not new at all, and sort of
Right.
the focus on less substantive issues has always been an aspect of our electoral process.
Right.
Well,
And I didn't think that your video was depressing at all. I thought it was quite, I really thought it was great. And being in sort of the broadcast media business, even though the technical quality may have not been top notch and it may not have been shot in beautiful HD, which has a whole nother history, the content was so interesting that it eclipsed any technical limitations that you feel that were presented there. And it really showed me that, wow, things really haven't changed. And you can, but what's constant is our desire, hope springs eternal. We're going to make this next round different. It's going to happen this next time. And that's sort of comforting to know that we keep going on. But
yeah, but it's the cultural amnesia that really interests me, because why didn't we remember that from last time?
Because it's too painful.
Right, you're right. And what does that say about our ability to hang on just as people functioning in the world? And that's what I find is interesting, because that's a coping mechanism we use throughout our life, politics or not.
Right.
But thank you for your compliments on that video. I appreciate it.
And I just have a question about the video as well, because you're showing, basically throughout the video, you were showing two-party candidates. The only third-party candidate that I saw was Buchanan. So I'm wondering, you're talking about how memes are narrowing the conversation. Your accessibility as an artist to what the Museum of Moving Images provided you, were there other clips of third-party politicians, or was it mostly these major party, the Republican and the Democrat?
Yeah, it was actually split down the middle, red and blue.
Wow.
And so it was color coded on both sides. That was at the time. I'm not sure if their archive has remained so staunchly two-sided. But yeah, I agree. It's really but I'm not sure if that's the museum so much as do people pay, does a third party invest that much money in an advertising campaign? Have they in the past? What is on, and so now we get into a whole nother discussion of the money behind the two-party system and sort of the role that capitalism plays in the electoral process, but or at least in the advertising process of the democratic system. But yeah, that it was split down the middle, red and blue. You chose between Democrats and Republicans, and there was they didn't even tell you who won actually in the archive. You had to. I mean, I have some knowledge of American history, but I had to go back and figure out, okay, so who won, because you couldn't really judge by the campaign, by just looking at the ads who could have or would have won. Yeah, it was they mostly gave attention to Republicans and Democrats, but I would.
Oh, did we lose her?
I think her screen froze.
Frozen.
Oh no.
Oh no. I wonder if you can hear us. Can you hear us?
Maybe the chat window's working.
Yeah.
The more things change, the more they stay.
Oh, there you are again.
Okay, we got you.
That was like a little hiccup.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, it's like at the Jetsons age, it's hiccups galore.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, to go back a few steps, because it's really easy, especially when talking about this stuff, to all of a sudden find yourself talking like bemoaning campaign finance and the money behind the parties, and just winding up in a really depressing conversation that doesn't that just winds up like making you want to punch holes through walls. But to go back to the question of whether memifying, what an awful, it just sounds bad, is something that is detrimental. and this is definitely something I'm exploring right now. But one thing I have learned, and I only recently started looking into the history of elections and electoral opinion and stuff like that. And you're like, you know, in the same way that political advertisements haven't changed much, the electorate hasn't either. Like, I mean, the same percent of people are voting now, fewer even than before, in spite of the fact that we might consider ourselves a more equal country in many ways, and a better educated country in many ways, especially with the advent of the internet. And I wonder if maybe, and you know, if 2008 is any indication, since that was the first election that social networks really played a really crucial role. And I'm not, you know, I don't know my history there, and maybe memes were still in their infancy, but if maybe the way to attract people who would not normally vote or who would not even normally think about these topics is through humor and through maybe like a sort of initial superficial introduction to these topics, that maybe enough, they'll see enough of them that either they'll get interested enough to research so they can make their own meme, or they'll find one that finally, you know, strikes a chord, and that's how they get politically involved, is because, you know, through the deluge of memes, one finally like hits home. And I wonder if that would balance out the like very obvious smoothing over of wrinkles and details that we're finding in these processes. I put that question out to you guys because I haven't been able to find an answer one way or another.
Well, I think throughout history, at least art history anyway, popular culture, or what's been considered popular culture at whatever time we're looking at, pop culture has always been a way to make, you know, sort of, it's like wrapping the when you give your dog medication, you wrap it in a piece of bologna. It's like, it's the way to make it go down. It's a way to make it palatable. I say it's the spoonful of sugar that makes a socio-political critique go down. It's just the packaging and the wrapper. And I think the hope is that you engage people on a level to become active. And I think that's one of the things, obviously, that the meme does, is you're active in creating another meme. You're encouraged to join in. But I'm not sure that directly translates in, now I'm going to vote. I think that just translates in, I'm going to upload an image to my Tumblr or my Facebook or my Twitter. I'm not necessarily, and how do we even track that to see if there's a direct correlation? But I think you bring up a really good point of, are we just preaching to the choir then at the same time? Are we really changing hearts and minds, or is that our job as creators, or are we just preaching to the choir by making these things? I'm putting them in my Twitter, my Tumblr, my Facebook feeds, but most of those people I know share the same politics as I do.
Right.
Well, maybe something that's happening is it makes it popular to watch the debates. And if that's the case, then, you know, maybe people are, you know, they're hearing from the candidates themselves directly. In times past, I wonder if that was really true. And being able to watch the debates with Twitter is so much fun that and it becomes this enormous sense of like community, like where thousands of people are hanging out in one place. And if it makes people sort of, you know, watch not just the sound bites that CNBC or MSNBC or Fox News are going to play back to their constituents, then, you know, maybe something is being accomplished.
Yeah, I know, because initially I didn't watch the last debate live, and I was coming home, I was out, and I saw on Twitter, I saw it burn up with all these binders of women, and I'm like, what is this about? What is this about? And then I see the link for Tumblr, and I'm like, holy cow, what's going on there? So it really whetted my appetite and piqued my interest to go back and say, okay, what is this? What were they talking about? And to really dig in deep into the debate. But again, you know, is that because I have a natural interest in politics, or, you know, I had, as a woman, I feel invested if something, you know, about feminism is addressed. So I don't know if it's just my specific quote unquote demographic, but I know it definitely piqued my interest, and that was through the use of meme and social media.
Yeah, but I think you're right in that people, I mean, I would love to tell you that you're unique, and I'm sure you are in many, many ways, but perhaps not this way. In that, I think you're right in that a lot of people want to go back and not be left out of that conversation. There's a meme happening. They know that at the water cooler blogs the next morning, they will not be in the know. And so how do they catch up and be in the know? And I think that that's about any meme, regardless of if it's political or not. But I think that, I think a lot of people want to go back and fill in the blanks and see what they missed in that respect.
And then the question becomes, does that piqued interest translate into a voting block?
Right.
I don't know that any of that does.
Yeah.
It just makes this binders full of women a really popular topic, but is anyone voting?
Well, maybe something.
Which is the really depressing part of it all.
I have a couple of thoughts about that. One, like the idea of community is totally like part of the reason we vote is not just to to complete our civic duty, but also because our friends are voting, right? And so if we're creating a community of people who are sharing lols all centered around political topics, the hope is that that is the same community that you feel that you have to vote, otherwise you will not be able to show face November 6th. Or whatever the day after the election is. Is it November 5th this year?
November
Shame on
6th.
me.
6, yeah.
There we go. But the point being that like if we foster this idea of community like that is politically engaged, then that will be the sort of impetus for people perhaps to go to the voting booths, is because they want to continue being part of that community. They know that being part of that community is being politically involved. That it's sort of a weak argument. I know that there are a lot of people who post funny political memes but then don't actually give a fuck about politics.
I think
and then the other point of it is that actually the hardest part about voting and the people that actually change the most elections are rarely the undecided voters. It's actually usually a struggle for each of the parties to motivate their own base to go out and vote. So it's that's part. It's you hear a lot about undecided voters, but a lot of work goes into just making sure that decided voters actually care enough to get to the polls. So I guess the difference is, are we trying to win hearts and minds? Are we trying to like educate people and change their opinions? Or are we trying to rile up the base and get people who agree with us to agree with us and go to the voting booth, And those are two different goals.
Something else I think we've seen is the candidates, and this is where I think it can be really powerful, the social media or the remix work. Candidates need to respond to issues in ways that they maybe otherwise wouldn't have to clarify their points or make apologies. So in some ways, I think that the pop culture maybe is having a positive effect in that when something just becomes so popular because it's silly and funny, then the candidates are forced to, to talk about the issue.
But did Mitt Romney have any follow-up to his binder full of women comment? I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, I'm thinking about the 47%.
That was brutal. Yeah.
He did eventually apologize and kind of back down from that in some respect. But no, it's a fair point, and I think some of it gets a little silly on both sides, but
yeah, I think if we had a meme that was linked to some decided action to register to vote or to submit your change of address information, like I know with millennials and 20-somethings, you're moving all the time, every year. So where you lived last year or where you lived last election season isn't the same. So it requires a considerable amount of planning to register to vote. And I think that that's one of the things that the viral nature of social media did well this this season was on Twitter. You saw the hashtag being used. You saw people getting out links to, here's where you register to vote. Here's how you do it if you were registered in a different state last year. And by the way, today's the last day for Massachusetts, Rhode Island, blah, you know, you saw kind of, at least I saw my Twitter stream when the last days were counting down to those last days to register to vote. So you couldn't escape it, which was great. And even in New York City, there were people on the subway platforms yelling and trying to get people's attention to register to vote on the subway platform. At Atlantic Antic, which is like this big fair in Brooklyn, there were people out on the streets encouraging people to register to vote. So it was cool. I've never seen that before, and it was a great reminder to do it. Even though I've been surrounded by it and I saw it on social media, it was like, oh yeah, I have to do that, and here's a great opportunity to do it. So again, I'm not sure that there's a direct correlation at all. I'm not sure if I could back that up with statistics. I just know that the more people talking about it, I think the better. But Mark, we haven't heard from you. Do you want to chime in? Anything you want to agree or disagree with?
Well, yes, I have one thing that I've been thinking about, at least with the power of the meme, is that one thing I've noticed looking at, say, web browsing habits on my own web page and reading about it with things like analytical software, is that the attention span of the average web user is extremely brief, like literally seconds. Like just a handful of seconds is all you get to grab somebody's attention. So the power of the meme is that it is quick. And in our day and age, that's important in order to capture somebody's attention. If somebody's attention is captured very briefly with a meme, the question is still open if that will go anywhere, if that person whose attention has been captured will be led to investigate the issue in any more depth. I don't know. But I think that it's still as a way to turn somebody's head and maybe inject a little thought that could make a difference in the long run, makes the meme something that ought to be developed further. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and just in terms of art, the artistic implications of that, I think when we were talking earlier about where did this idea of memeing the electoral process start, I mean, I think back to the Obama Hope posters and how everybody had that in some form of a bumper sticker or a poster or a T-shirt. It was a physical thing that you can touch and hold and identify with and project emotion onto. It was a product in a way, but it started with an artist, with, you know, appropriating mainstream popular culture text, you know, a photo, and changing it and modifying it and then exporting that out on social networks. And then everybody had their avatar on Facebook. You could Hopeify yourself into an Obama-esque avatar. Yeah, it was, again, how did that change? Did that encourage people to vote? I'm not sure we know or can track it, but I think it's in the terms of just capturing people's attention with that one small concept or idea is how you is really how you kind of get that ball rolling. And I think bringing
Video conference.
again,
Yeah. Sorry, folks.
That's okay. The role of the artist in that process, I think the artist plays an important role in that process. Is where I'm going with that one. And with other artists in this chat, I don't know, how do you guys feel about your own art practice, and what role do you think art plays in that?
Can I add a question to what you're describing, and which is there a difference when an artist, however you define that, makes the work versus someone who doesn't identify as an artist, and is the artist doing it, does that make it more successful? Or I
think it all depends on how many followers, how much cultural weight that person has, whether or not they identify as an artist or not. They could not identify as an artist, but have 10,000 Twitter followers, and something could take off. And I think it just it matters what the social platform is and how much weight that they have in their social networks. I don't know. That's my opinion. How, Christine? What do you think?
I have to think about it. I mean, I'm not an artist, but if I see something, or if I think that something is going to be powerful or that should be shared, I'm going to retweet it, or I'm going to post it on my Facebook. I don't have legions of followers, but I think by sharing that information, I think it's starting to put across an idea, and it's trying to persuade people.
But are we persuading our community who's already persuaded? Are we actually making any inroads to those people who may not vote at all, or who just
Well,
are
I think it
so
might
disengaged?
I think it might at least start the conversation. I mean, the meme, I think, is taking the place of comments, really, when it comes to blogs or to Facebook or anything. Instead of, commenting, people might put up a meme or a picture, or, a rebuttal, a visual rebuttal.
Yeah.
So I think at least it starts the conversation.
Right.
How deep that conversation goes, I think it depends on the two, or, the community involved.
Right. Yeah, anytime there's discussion, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, Elisa talked about before, people, shouting on the platforms of the subway, go out and vote, go out and vote. Are people necessarily going to go out and vote because of that? Maybe, maybe not. So, there is a possibility. Maybe I'm just an optimist. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but that I think is a really interesting perspective, that optimistic perspective. It's one that I fight really hard to copy paste onto myself. But yeah, is it just a coping mechanism? I mean, if anything, I think the use of social media and the way that we are remixing politics with social commentary and using pop culture as our lens with which to do that with, if anything, it makes us feel better. And I think that that's one important role. I mean, I think that that's an extremely important aspect of this, because we're talking about it now. It makes us feel like we have community. Whether or not we actually do is something completely different. But it makes us feel as if we are in a community, that we share, that we're not alone, that our ideas and our concepts and our politics are shared with other people. I think that's an important aspect, especially to identity politics, that we are sharing commonalities across platforms. And, if we want to, we can, I'd love to actually talk about identity politics a little bit, since I think it plays a big role in this election season, but also because I've got 2 remixes. A big part of my practice is focused on identity politics and using that as a lens through which to make stuff from. So I'd love to show a quick remix. Well, one that I made in 2008 again, but let me show Ann Romney, since we are only 12 minutes away. I feel like this is kind of like we're counting down to New Year's. But since we've only got 12
it's not going to be quite as much fun.
Yeah. Let me try and cue up a video. In the meantime, what do you guys think about identity politics and the role that it plays? And in particular, Mark, sorry. I'm having a hard time with playback on the video.
So I think you have to click the YouTube button at the top again if you want to see what Elisa's sharing.
Oh.
Okay, I think there are several minutes here where everyone is watching the video, but it's not going to screen or stream. So 2012, who remembers Google Plus, the flash in the pan? Yeah, I'm slightly a pioneering person. I just have to pat myself on the back for being so futuristic. And yeah, that was fun to show you some of my campaign button collections. But this whole conversation is so important, and it's central to a big core mission, a big core project for Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects in 2024, which is to pioneer tokenization of the political memes. So I need a very, very special, dedicated crew to work on this with me. And it's the next frontier. We have not seen crypto or blockchain utilized in any way in politics and elections, the way that social media was, and images were, you know.
Okay, so that was my quick attempt at making just the gems that Ann Romney gave us in the Republican National Convention, making her into a lesbian separatist feminist, and just trying to really figure out how do we take something so opposite,
It's so great.
and turn her into like this very gay friendly political caricature. And I think, but Michelle, earlier you brought up a really good point of like, are we just laughing at them? Is this just like with memes, are we just laughing at them? It's a one-liner that we're laughing at. I often struggle with, well, are we just laughing at the fact that she's gay? Is that what's funny about this? Like, because that's problematic if we're just making gayness funny. So I'd love to hear your thoughts, you know, if you can refer or not refer back to the remix, but just, you know, sort of talking about identity politics. How does that relate to you? How do you feel about how the election has covered identity politics? And I'd love to start with you, Mark, since we haven't heard from you and you're the only guy here.
Well, I'm very interested in what you guys have to say, so I've been listening, and I think that one thing that has occurred to me is not everybody can come up with a meme, and not everybody can write rhetoric. So one of the things that a meme can do for some people is give them a way to participate by passing it along, or share it with their friends and say, I approve of this, that's why I'm sending it to you, I think you might like it too. And that is a powerful thing. And I think there are a lot of things on the online now where people are using photographs, for example, and other things that they find, and displaying them for the benefit of other people, even though they may not have been able to make the photographs to begin with, but they post it because they like it, because they approve of it, and they express themselves through that way. So something that's portable, like a hope poster or a meme, can be a way of making it a thing that other people can be a part of.
Definitely. At least I wanted to say something also about why I really appreciated your Ann Romney remix in terms of identity politics is, even as a straight woman, I found the framing of women, particularly, well, in both conventions actually, the emphasis on, you know, you should elect him because his wife really, really loves him, right? And, you know, a woman is really a great woman if she's a mother and has a husband and a family, you know. So there were these narratives about what it is to be a woman, involving children and marriage and obviously heterosexuality and all of this, that seemed to suggest that it's somehow relevant to who we should elect as a president. So I thought your remix really spoke to even those questions that I had watching the conventions.
Well, as much as we fancy ourselves, I mean, certainly on the coasts, we think we're much more evolved and more liberal about our identities and how they are presented to the world. Boy, the reality is it's very narrow. It's still very much a white heterosexual world in politics, even though we have a biracial president and an African-American family to look at, it's still remarkably heterosexual and white here and in the landscape. And to embrace outside of that presents dangers for the candidates. They may not get their money from their supporters if they sort of veer off to the left or veer too far to the right. I was listening to some radio up in New Hampshire the other day. I was in a store and Paul Ryan was making his bid saying, my daughter and I are going out to kill our first deer today, and isn't this great? And I was thinking, wow, I mean, that's to me a horrible thing, but I had to step out and say, there's a whole swath of people who are embracing that identity. And, you know, it's just mind-boggling to me that yet I see a very narrow presentation of what's acceptable behavior and what's acceptable politics. So let's go kill some deer.
It reminds me of that part in the last debate where he asked a question and Mitt Romney spent like the next 5 minutes just making sure that he pronounced her name correctly.
Yeah.
Her name is Lorraine. Not a like, terrifically difficult name to pronounce, not maybe identifiably ethnic, and he was just baffled that this woman who was obviously not white would not have a name like Raquel or something like that. Lorena. It was Lorraine. And just that moment, which did get memed a little bit, especially on Twitter, it got ripped on pretty hard, was a moment that I really realized, especially for Mitt Romney. I think one of the things, if you look at the general trends for the memes that get made for him, are memes that riff on his white male privilege, which is actually kind of encouraging, I think, is that's the one thing that people are finding to really stick him on. Is this white male privilege?
That and his dog, strapping his dog on top of his car.
I was just thinking of that too.
Well, we have 2 minutes before the next debate starts, so we could go on. This has been great fun. Maybe, Elisa, you could give us, you know, a 60-second
Sure.
something.
Yeah, sure. I think I love ending at this point because I think it really hits back and brings us back home to why we love memes, why we share them, and why they're such a part of this election. And I think it's because, you know, with the options that we have, we feel like we're part of a community that isn't represented either in the mainstream or what we see in an option to vote for, maybe. And I think that when we share things and when we post things on our Facebook wall as like, I endorse this, I think you would like it too, we validate that portion of ourselves and of our politics, and our identities, and we hope that other people share that as well. And I think it's just a validation that, you know, we're not alone, even though maybe we feel it behind our computer and behind our screen. And so I know that's one of the reasons why I started remixing, you know, to find that community. And I think this Hangout was a great example of building that community. So thank you guys all for joining us and for participating in this discussion. And I hope we'll continue the discussion online, either on Facebook or on Twitter, perhaps during the debates during a commercial session. Yeah, we've got 4 minutes. So thank you guys so much for joining. And I hope we will all keep in touch. And thank you. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
This Hangout's going to be saved. It'll be on my YouTube channel. I'll post it. So maybe we can, if you have other thoughts, we can have comments on YouTube as well.
Great.
My cat has also been here.
Oh, kitty.
So thank you guys so much for joining, and hopefully we'll keep in touch.
All right.
All right.
See you
Enjoy
next
the
later.
debates,
Thank you.
everyone.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Whoops. Apologies. My microphone was muted. So that was an example of some of the things that Kianga Ellis Projects has been doing over the years. I call it, I mean, it's a genre of art practice called social practice. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And wow, it's just an absolute trip. I hadn't listened to that. I hadn't watched that video in, I mean, I don't even know. I forgot all about it, but about 2 months ago or a month ago or so, I came across it and actually watched it. And because of this plan that we have to pioneer the tokenization of memes as a way to be a force multiplier in politics for 2026. Now, you can come from any perspective as far as being a part of this. If you want to join a core crew that's going to be working on making this a thing. And at this point in time, you know, you don't have to worry about having a token. That part will come eventually. In terms of today being a Friendraiser, in terms of today, us promoting, obviously, our juice box and absolutely inviting you to YOLO your ETH into our treasury. If the spirit moves you, please do. Collect one of the NFTs, receive one of the NFTs. And I'll show you, I mean, that link is in the article that's pinned at the top of @Kianga Ellis on X. I'll get through that at some point of the program, but this is big. Like, this is a big activity for us in our work around citizen adjacent action, and what does it look like to bring the grassroots on chain. It's not just a slogan, people. We are going to do it. We're going to do it with tokenizing memes. Now, I don't know if the timing is going to be right, to be perfectly honest. There's a pretty important level of, I would say, mainstream adoption of the general infrastructure that would be required for memes as tokens and then to be bought and traded as financial as digital assets. I'm not convinced that the current demographic of people who are using these tools are, I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know if they're similarly, or we are similarly interested in politics. I mean, I am interested in politics, and I am crypto native, so maybe there's more of us out here. But we're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it because, you know, things can be a lot of things can be different 12 months from now or 11 months from now, right? And so we have an opportunity to be historic, people, and especially by looking back at the arc from 2008. Where's my other button? Because this is something I lived through. Probably, like, for most of people, I'm a little bit older than your average crypto degenerate, but I just happen to be, you know, a nerd about these things. Futurism, a futurist. And I really want to work in the friend circle, like another equally geeky group of you guys who want to, like, do a deep dive into this evolution, like what happened when social networking got to a certain point. You know, when did that and how did that change the outcomes of elections. And so a lot of you probably understand and know about how President Obama understood and seized the internet in an unprecedented way that nobody at the time understood or related to, and it was 100% responsible for him. I mean, it played an enormous role in his popularity with the youth vote and just the Camelot that was Obama. I mean, if you didn't live through it, no one can tell you what that was like, what 2007 and 8 was like before social media and apps and before things became so rote and so everyday. So that screening, I just think the heavens is like, gosh, how did it, I mean, it wasn't planned. It's just kind of a wonderful twist of fate that we did record that and that I did upload it to an old YouTube channel, and somehow that channel still exists and I don't have access to it whatsoever. But a lot of the weird things that I was doing 2010, 11, 12, around the emerging social internet and experimentation, it's on YouTube, which is pretty cool. So that conversation I find fascinating, and particularly an interesting opportunity now for us to interrogate, a lot of points that were made in that conversation. And what do we think the corollary is going to be when the tokenization of all things occurs, which is inevitable. Some of you know this very well. Some of you don't know what I'm talking about. But that is a core project for 2026 for Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects and our pioneering new forms of civic engagement, and what the impact can be of bringing blockchain, crypto networks, the social element of it, and financial, how it might really level the playing field for us up against, the big spend, the corporate big spend. Because we know also that the corporate big spend is way behind the 8 ball, just like they were in 2008 and social media. No one has even, I don't think probably anyone's even considered, I've talked about this with a couple of people. So, I mean, everyone I've spoken to is very intrigued, but of course people are also very busy. And so it's going to be up to a dedicated crew of us to really unpack this. And I think I've started working on an essay to kind of make the argument and talk about memes in general, internet culture in general, and then where we're going in terms of Web3. And I do talk about it in the essay, which is that the next thing on the program? Is it time to talk about the essay? Because if it is, that's a perfect segue. Hang on. God, did you catch my smartphone, my BlackBerry? The beginning of that program, there was a little cameo from my BlackBerry. Oh my gosh. Things have changed so much. I find it really comforting to look back and remember the optimism and the thrill that we had at that time, and what we thought was about to happen, because we had social media and we were all leveling the distance between oceans and points of view, the long tail. Suddenly you were able to, the way I used to talk about it around 2010 on Twitter was, on the internet you could get to make friends from the inside out. In other words, you were drawn to people who were expressing themselves in ways that you connected based upon your heart, your inner person. Whereas when you meet people in meet space, you have to get through all the the physical layers from the outside in to get to know a person. But on the internet, you kind of get to know a person from the inside out. And those were just great days. And I think we can draw inspiration looking back at, you know, the last 15, I would say 15 years is a good arc. But then particularly when it comes down to, all right, how are we going to wrestle the steering wheel from all of these negative forces that seem to be taking over our lives, and not very competently either. So this to me is just a big part of the solution. I know 99.9% of our social media feeds on politics and the economy and the current state of everything is a lot of critique and a lot of complaints and a lot of doom. This is a way for us to stand in the light, and it's all part of this theme of citizen adjacent action. What can we do with what we already have that doesn't have centralized points of failure, that's alongside of the official channels and the status quo? You know, we're not going to waste all of our energy. I mean, either A, operating within that, validating that. And maybe a lot of us have gone on this journey of, well, where can I go in politics? Is there a uniform that makes sense for me to wear to advance what I believe is important? And yeah, it's I don't know that there is. So Kianga Ellis Projects, friends of Kianga Ellis Projects, the Circle of Trust is for you. If you felt that no one reflects your values, no one represents you, and if you are just so tired of being anxious and that feeling of dread and helplessness and vulnerability and loneliness and isolation, yeah, we're just over that. We don't want any more of that. So we're coming together in a friend circle. All right. Yes, the next thing is the essay. And of course, all right, I'm only 30 minutes over time. I get to talking, you guys, and it's just, I feel this is like my life's mission now. Okay. I am going to share my screen. Let me see. And we are going to go through the essay. First, I got the Banny, then I got the power. I mean, a lot of this stuff is not really suitable for the way people behave on the internet now. I mean, there's definitely this, which I like. I mean, that's also the point. A kind of friction. This is intentional. A friction, a clash of the analog or the real, and Ready Player One world where we are going. And I am internally deeply conflicted as someone who's worked in around the evolution of crypto, blockchain, decentralized autonomous organizations, decentralized finance, all of that as a lawyer and as an entrepreneur and other things. But I also am like, it's Skynet and we're all gonna die. Like, what's going on? We have built our own digital prison, and it's not anything that we thought. Like, this was a trap. It's a trap. So I have a lot of internal wrestling that I do, and I do just keep coming down on the page that says it's a tool. This is a pen. We still have agency. We do not have to surrender our hopes, especially if we band together. I mean, we have to band together, which is why you're here, I'm here. That's why I'm doing the endurance live stream. It's why we're raising 33 ETH. Yes, you heard that right. 33 ETH coming into our juice box. There are some of you that have that. There are some of you whales watching. I know it. I feel it. And that's kind of the point. You know, you can do something that makes you feel good. And I will also say it's in your self-interest, because I think crypto needs like a feel-good story, especially if you are in the US and you're political and you want to see this technology succeed and this adoption succeed. You know, it wouldn't hurt for the United States to have some activity that actually is proof of financial, you know, improving financial access, improving, you know, literacy, giving people community, solving problems of isolation and community, you know, all of these things that, you know, maybe don't pump your other bags, but self-interest, in terms of self-interest, because, you know, hey, I'm a realist. You've got to either appeal to people's, I mean, you always have to appeal to people's self-interest. So that's my pitch for those who you may not be inclined to roll up your sleeves and like just do the work of all of this, that we will join forces. We will have, you know, as I said, our silent partners, our passive fans, and then we'll have, you know, you guys who are, yeah, maybe very talented already in some of these areas, coding or governance, because governance of the community is also why we are on chain and why we're using tokens and why we are using Juicebox. And then, of course, there's the wider world of the humans who live in New York and New England in rural areas, and what we are doing for all of those people, many of whom are older and they still hang out on Facebook. Bless their heart. We have to reach them too. And so that will be another, you know, another wave of our that's our grassroots off-chain work that we'll be doing. So I think the reason I went onto that little diatribe was to say that part of the magic of this structure is a part of the magic of your participation. You can participate in multiple ways. And the financial piece of what we can do to level the playing field against the big money, the dark money, the way it seems to be controlling all of our politicians and politics. This is a problem we all have across the political spectrum. We don't have a lever here, and it's bad, folks. So there's some things happening around tokenization, social, that if we put the pieces together in the right way, we could really activate something that has a financial multiplication, so that you as a participant don't have to have money to put in if that's not where you are. For the whatever group of people who want to support the work, contribute, and then the, you know, monetization of content, of the intangible that we're going to talk about right now, is part of this formula. It's part of this formula where all we need to do as ordinary people, as the unelected, the unappointed, invisible man and woman, is we just need to come together. Like there's a kind of alchemy. There's a 1 + 1 = 4 effect. That's my proposition to you, is that by us creating a community that is on chain, that is crypto native, that is tokenized, and doing certain activities, which, you know, I'm obviously going to be talking about, this is like a kind of big bang moment, and we could be the spark, and we could be the pioneers of that. So let me just take some water. there's a whole like lip moisture program that one needs to have when doing live streams. I haven't quite figured it out. So, you'll bear with me if I'm, I haven't quite gotten it all together in terms of how to appear. Okay, I am going to, let me just sort of understand the program. All right, we were supposed to start this at sort of 3:15 and it's 3:40, 3:50. Obviously you can read this on your own. Maybe you have. But I am going to read this, at least parts of it, and editorialize. Follow Kianga Ellis Projects on Substack at Kianga Ellis. I am starting to write again. It feels so good. All right, so it starts off with a little dialogue. Me, is that a banny in your wallet, or are you just happy to see me? Anon, both? That's actually coming from an exchange that I had in Discord with someone in the Juicebox community. So my PFP, my personal on X, is this little banny in a very special outfit. And okay, hang on. So I won't read that right now, but the artist who designed some of these artistic elements, the outfit elements, wrote to me a description of the symbolism and significance of this outfit. And I explained it in the article what this image represents. So it all starts with your imagination. All that we need, we've had this whole time. Infinite value is intrinsic in each and every one of us. We don't need new technology to produce more of the right stuff. We need new technology to harvest more from what we already have. This year, I decided to enhance Kianga Ellis Projects, work that I began in the New York art world 20 years ago, with a Maine state 501c4 unincorporated nonprofit social welfare organization, Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects Association. So for those of you who are deep in DAO stuff, and understand some of the challenges around not having a legal entity, just being like a fully decentralized, unstructured group, this is for you. This is kind of a solution to having a decentralized networked community on chain, but also operating within an entity structure that works with the real world. And I'm not here to give a sort of lesson on legal and compliance issues, but I just point that out. We have a lot of fun, but our mission is serious. Encourage citizen-adjacent action through financial support of independent art expression and civic engagement. That is why we're here. Like I said, social welfare, service, civic engagement, independent art expression, because all of those things need to come together in us in order for us to, just survive the pole shift. To complement my evolution of purpose and method for Kianga Ellis Projects, I selected a new PFP in April, aka profile picture, but more precisely, picture for proof. The picture embedded above in this post is merely a PNG file that I use as an avatar profile picture on X and Discord. Nothing special about that. The significance of what the image represents, however, is quite something. As a PFP, it represents proof of ownership, proof of belonging, and proof of cool. The image is a copy of a non-fungible token collection I own on the Ethereum blockchain. assembled to dress up the banana character, Banny, in a scene. What you observe is like an artifact or documentation of a moment of play in a sci-fi version of the vintage game for little girls known as paper dolls. So let me editorialize here a little bit. What you see here, what I'm talking about here in the essay, is a technology. It's a product that has been developed and is operated by the same community, the same team that built Juicebox. Juicebox is the open source software that we are using as organizational and financial infrastructure for Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects. So it's all connected. And what I want to convey and what I wanted to convey with this essay is to start with giving you the deeper understanding of what is actually happening when people are part of an NFT community or participating, what the social dynamics are around desire and association and belonging and play. These are just very basic elements of the human experience. And I wanted to convey right away that as we are being crypto native is about the same things as being not crypto native. These are principles and dynamics that we have experienced throughout all of our life, all of our own life, and human existence going back since forever. It's like there's nothing new under the sun kind of principle. So, recognizing the newness and of some of it is only superficial, and that underneath what seems very new and unfamiliar is something just so familiar and relatable. And that's what I'm exploring here in the beginning of the essay around this project, the Bannyverse, and the activity involved in collecting these pictures, really, on the internet, owning them as unique objects, and then being part of this wider story, an ongoing lore that's collectively built upon and shared and explored and projected by people who choose to associate with it. So I'm not going to read all of this. I talk about play in the article, and that what you are looking at when you look at my PFP, the Banny with the lightsaber and all of that, standing in the cornfield with a windmill in the background, it's the same as this. It's the same as this image, which is very similar to some paper dolls that I absolutely played with in the late 70s or early 80s. And I think that contrast, I hope that contrast kind of opens up new vistas around what is possible, what we're interested in this project. What I describe later as tactical futurism, and really defining what are the core elements of what we actually then will go and do in the world to affect change, to take on board responsibility for how we find ourselves, our communities, and then the wider political situation, the governance situation that is just reigning failure. We start with looking at the essential elements of existing in this moment of technological, extreme technological change. That's, again, as I said, in a way only superficial, although that superficiality is very profound, but it's another turn of the wheel that we've seen before. So I'm just going to scroll through because I want to jump ahead and get to the part about all right, let me read this. Because so as a political science major in undergrad, and I went to law school, and I find that even though I went, a corporate route, transactional route in terms of my work, I still really just love the very academic concerns and questions around the Constitution and political organization. And there's a brilliant book that I learned a lot from called Associations and Democracy. And this chapter, this quote here, describes very well. This was published in the 90s. And these authors, the Real Utopias Project, the authors kind of proposed a new way to experiment, or they were sort of proposing an architecture for a political project that would be responsive to, the complaints of the time, which are not different from our complaints, and are not different from what was observed at the founding of this nation. It's called mischief of factions. That's the old-fashioned word, and it's still with us. And we have been then. Our entire invention of the United States of America was preoccupied with the mischief of factions and trying to solve it, trying to cure it and contain it. And we're still needing to deal with that. And so Kianga Ellis Projects and Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects really is a version of what these authors proposed in 1995. And I'm really excited to have discovered this, because where we are with internet and blockchain networks and the economics of it, it's possible to do something that we couldn't, it would have, maybe couldn't have really worked in the past without that element. So here's a piece. I'll just read this part. We have been arguing that the sorts of new solidarities engendered by an associative democratic strategy, more provisional and open-ended than the found solidarities of particularism, with benefits from learning capacity and pragmatic functionality, more cosmopolitan, not just in their framing, but in their own content, are well suited to a pluralist democracy going through rapid change and needful of new forms of governance, both more socially rooted and more adaptive than the state or fierce particularism can provide. Okay, what in the world? What? It's not the kind of thing that really reads well out loud. It's sort of a little bit more legible just to read it on the page. But the long and the short of it has to do with consensus and alliance that's based on your specific identity or things that are sort of innate and natural to you. Whereas what we need are ways for social, not so much social, but well, for groups, functional associations that transcend those those specifics. And how can that work? And I think that's such a picture of exactly where we are right now in our politics in the US. So polarized, and the technologies that we live in are not, there's just no way out. The way the algorithms and everything, it's just on an exponential curve of worseness in terms of limiting our exposure to other people and other thoughts and other connections. And so this section and the proposal of these authors is pointing out that through activity, through certain work, that work together can form a basis of solidarity among people who otherwise do not have anything in common. And I thought, okay, yes, this is what we see in PFP communities. This is what we see in the sense of community around everyone who has a banana as their PFP. I mean, you don't even know anything. A lot of the times you will know absolutely zero about the person that you're building a relationship with on many of these crypto projects because they've just got some cartoon as an avatar and they're completely anon. And yet I have had the experience, and many of you probably have, if you're in this industry, you've been doing this work. I mean, some of those bonds are more real and more meaningful, and you feel more of a solidarity with someone you know nothing about simply because you have an experience engaging and working together on like a specific mission. So that is very much describes Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects. And given our changed nature of social activity in the real world, but that's just a reality that we have to try to architect through in order to restore some of that, which we do need. This design is a picture perfect image of how social networks that are tokenized, how like NFT projects and communities that we've seen in the internet crypto subculture, how they form and operate, really is instructive for what we can do as a wider demographic. And it's still really early. I think it's challenged a lot of friction if people have to adopt the tools and learn about the tools for this specific purpose. I think we still have to get started. I think we'll see it really accelerate when, a crypto wallet and tokenization of everything is more ubiquitous. And so the kind of political activity or the grassroots on-chain is in the same sphere of other things people are doing. But I am of the belief that there are enough of us who have the time, if we're very fortunate to have the time, we can design economics to support all of us participating in this work, and that we can just begin to make it happen, even if it takes a while to sort of go super viral. Somebody's got to start. So let's see. The next section of this essay, I critique. I'm not gonna talk about this, but there's a book called Abundance, Ezra Klein and someone else, and I have a critique which I write about that their description, their value set, their framing around abundance is like exactly dead opposite of what I think is correct. I mean, it's not about correct or not correct, right? It's it's just your choice. So you read through this part, you'll get you'll see my heart basically, and you'll either feel like, okay, no, or you'll think, yeah, I want to join. I want to enter the circle of trust. Kianga gets it. She understands me. So let's see. I talk about this. So read. This will also give you part of a feel for the lore. I actually started this article back in April, and we just published it. So it really does give you a feeling for how this project has been evolving over the course of the year. So yeah, I give you a little bit more on the Bannyverse and the community. And, I think when you read about it, or if you hopefully maybe some of you have your you have panties. I hope that it provides a good mental map for what is essentially a very similar thing that we are not just doing with Kianga Ellis Projects, but how we need to understand the nature of the human relationship layered in now with this new technology. Because if the grass is going on chain, we're not going on chain for pump and dumps, obviously, right? I mean, we are going on chain for, service, for solving the problems that our government and governance can't. So this is a very serious mission. Okay. That's more about abundance, a positive story about the future. Tactical futurism. Okay, so I will read this part because I'm going to be saying a lot about this idea of tactical futurism. On a separate blog, I have just launched a writer coin on Paragraph under FHO Money, and which stands for, by the way, Future History of Money. That's where I got that handle from, a blog that I started in 2019. I'm going to use my new platform on the base chain, Paragraph, and my writer's coin and tokenizing writing project to continue to explore this concept that I talk about here, tactical futurism. So here I'm continuing from earlier discussion, but even further removed than politicians from articulating what actual new futures are possible, we find journalists and political pundits who simply respond and remix the mad swirling events of the day. Meanwhile, artists and founders living in the real of imagination are at their best and most prolific by staying at quite some distance from the mundane toxicity of day-to-day events. So, we have people who like to talk over here talking, and then the people who are doing things and building have their heads down, and it's like there's not a lot of crossover, but we have to have the crossover. We have to figure out how those of us who are artists and doers and builders engage with that other piece. If we are going to exit the present into a better future, these realms of practice must come together. Leaders in government administration, analysts, and creators must find a synthesis between what we understand the world to be today and what's possible, with deep insight about what choices we can make. I call this tactical futurism. Okay. All right. We'll spend a few more minutes on this and then continue with the program, which is screening some 2006 Kianga Ellis projects. All right. It's time to talk just a little bit about finance. Don't leave me. Stay with me. That's my background professionally as an attorney. My work has informed the proposed design of how the Rural Rapid Response Network can form with the support of Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects Association. I'll try not to be boring. In the very near future, people will be able to create viable financial assets purely with the power of their own talent, charisma, and relationships. I emphasize the word viable because we already can do this creation today. Vibrant, functional, and efficient marketplaces need a few things: rule of law and enforcement powers that protect ownership rights, transferability of ownership in a way that's provable and final, real-time availability and transparency of asset prices. You don't have to understand anything or follow anything that I'm saying right now specifically. This is part of the thesis of why what we're doing is worth doing and why it's going to work. And wherever your comfort level is on any of these terms, it doesn't matter, because this is why we have a friend circle. This is why you're just going to enter the circle of trust, and you're going to learn a lot, and we're going to learn a lot from each other, and we're all just trying stuff out here that's never been done. And so do not be the least bit intimidated if this all sounds a bit academic and boring. It's not boring. I'll try not to make it boring. We'll still have fun, I promise. But bear with me, because I just want to read through this. Transferability of the claim. Now I'm talking about these financial assets that you can create just with talent and charisma and relationships. You can make them viable just with those three things. Now, transferability of the claim involves the right and ability to exchange the item with something else. That's to the extent to which you can exchange the item, this digital item, that is the extent to which it's transferable. Value for valuable. Value for value. How quickly and easily that can be done is called liquidity. Can it flow from one place to another like water flows in a stream? The legal rights and ability to direct control of asset disposability. So that's basically what I'm saying when I say, can this claim that you have flow from one place like water? Yeah. Can it, the claim, get from here to there intact, and how fast, without losing value in the transportation? The big deal about crypto is that we can now move value and coordinate human activity, which are essentially different bundles of claims, as easily as water flows downhill and at the speed of lightning. This changes everything. So some of you may see me getting in on base posting, and we have a juice box for Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects that is natively on the blockchain called Base. And I'm very, very excited about what that ecosystem has been building, that is going to, or at least is a prototype of what could accomplish some of the things I'm talking about here. And the key to what I'm talking about here is it's what levels us up as little Davids, as people in rural areas spread out, can't sort of gather easily, limited resources, under the gun in our lives with our families, and the economic situation, and the health situations, and there's a lot of situations people are dealing with that would otherwise mean we're just out of luck. There's no way for us to fight the beast. But essentially, all of it that I'm talking about here is a rebuttal to that pessimism. When methods for the ephemeral to be recorded, captured, and made available as possessions for ordinary people become more widely adopted, we'll run around catching lightning in a bottle. Then we'll price it, sell it, and trade it amongst ourselves. Is such a fantastic thing of any good or use for a healthy society? Should it be a part of our vision set for the future? I say, let's find out. So here is where everything that everyone hates, everyone who's, well, inside and outside the industry, hates crypto for, is something we can harness. It is going to be baked in the cake of this mechanism that will allow us to not have to worry about providing the liquidity, without us having to do all of the heavy lifting around fundraising and funding ourselves. So I don't want to belabor the point here, but just let me just maybe read this last bit to close out on this segment of the program. It's getting dark. It's totally dark. Okay, just coin it. We are seeing a paradigm shift in the ability and conditions under which individuals can buy and sell atomized desire. That's what's going on here, people. I mean, that's big. Your desire is infinite, right? I mean, people think, oh, I wish I had, I need some money. I wish I had something I could sell. It's like, oh, what if I could just tokenize my desire? I would be very wealthy. Well, I mean, maybe you can. Just like base post it. That's central to what's going on with the meme coins and what's emerging in tokenized social media. So here you see, why did we start the program looking at that old conversation from 2012, unpacking the emerging dynamics of memes and politics? Because, you know, it's really where we're going. These new exchange possibilities involve a representation of the thing itself, i.e. desire, cloud status, passed directly from person to person, versus what we have now, brokers and gatekeepers of surveillance capital platforms and other intermediaries who built revenue models for themselves, facilitating the performative exchange of our desires. So we're all on a platform right now watching this, X, YouTube, Rumble, and I don't have to go into this, whether it's the advertising model, whatever it is, we are pouring all of our attention. There's so much to say about that. But meanwhile, you know, what are we getting? We're just getting sucked dry. So I'm not saying that any other technology out here, and by the way, just to be clear, I do not have any sponsors for this. We would like some sponsors, actually. That's the other, you could be a category of that passive or quiet part of the friend circle. We've got a ton of events planned for 2026. And yeah, we are looking for program partners. But in terms of what I'm presenting to you now and the tools that I've decided we ought to use, from, you know, the base app, which is coming. Meanwhile, there's Zora, there's Paragraph, there's, you know, couple of places where you can begin to see this stuff in action that I'm talking about. And I just want to be clear that I'm not promoting them because they pay me. Nobody pays me. This is all my own, you know, R&D and bringing together what I think are the best tools for us to use to achieve our goals. And I'm not promising that they're perfect or that they're going to be fit for our purpose. But I do feel like the hour is late, and we need to get going with some alternative to what we have been doing, and that we are going to just get started with what we have. And these apps, these technologies, this open source, it's software, right? I mean, it's just software. We are going to use it. We are going to use it, but, you know, obviously, we don't know how it's going to turn out. Coining it is about owning and possessing a moment, a feeling, a memory, as much as it is about owning a digital asset. So see, I'm also right now pushing back in this essay, pushing back people who love to say that it's all like tulips and it's gambling and, you know, that there's no value there. These are people who are saying this have an agenda, or they're very, which most people do, but they're also just extremely ignorant and don't understand or haven't spent a lot of time thinking about the nature of value and the things that people value and why. And so this is essential to understand in terms of why the design of Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects and where we're going with the Rural Rapid Response Network, to understand why it's so powerful of a construct, is because we are understanding the nature of human desire and psychology And this has been weaponized against us the last 20 years on the internet. And I'm just proposing that we now have a way to possibly turn the tables. I mean, we have to be actively engaged in that, because I'm not saying that these technologies have been designed to absolutely liberate us in the way that they're marketed. We have to continue to be very cautious and skeptical and informed about how even the new things are being designed. But I still see opportunity that we should lean into. So coining it, it's trapping lightning in a bottle. It's an evolution of what taking and sharing photographs on Instagram and the like brought us. Tokenizing social content online by putting the intangible on chain unlocks a deeper, more visceral way to feel alive in the moment and to experience the power. You can imagine a secondary market evolving and growing around such tokenized moments, compelling things that go viral, brilliant observations reduced to a written essay on Paragraph that generate a unique token for others to collect and or trade. And why would anyone participate in such a thing? One reason to join the fun is a natural compulsion to be early in recognizing something of quality, to flex with some sense of superiority, and to project outwardly. I am valuable because I was smart enough, connected enough, whatever it is, to be first in owning a digitally scarce representation of something that happened or was created. Collecting the coin or token early is giving. I was a part of the moment and you were not. We are competitive creatures to the core. So this principle we actually heard discussed in the live stream from 2012, talking about the nature of memes and how it connects with the political process. And there's this sense that people don't want to be left out, or people want the clout of being first to capture that viral moment or to be quick and part of the sharing of it and not miss it the next day or so I think that part of the discussion from the live stream really is a mirror, is very comparable to what I'm expressing here in the essay about these dynamics that come together in making tokenized social really exciting. And something I don't specifically write about here, because really I actually only kind of figured this out, saw this part of it in the last 2 weeks as I've been base posting more and followed up on what that community base, the apps, what they're doing, is I realized in terms of the thing about liquidity and who's going to care about this stuff, this is why capitalism is pretty interesting, and we're going to use it because there's going to be a market to trade, to speculate on these social tokens, or should I say tokenizations of social activity on the internet. Making money off of anticipating which post is going to go viral. So imagine, there've been a ton of interesting memes. Well, not a ton. I feel like, I don't know, the political memes, I don't know, that'd be worth studying, how interesting they are. One of the problems I see is how we fractured so much socially. I mean, when everyone was on Twitter, it was one thing, and now the memeing is like very different. Like a Blue Sky, the memes are different than the memes on X, like totally different. So that's going to be another thing for us to investigate in terms of the core group that will work on tokenizing memes for the midterms. But it's not only going to be up to each one of us to buy and sell each other's posts, although that's a way that we can kind of get the flywheel going. But there's going to be professional money that floods into this space. and speculates on what's going to take off. So I just leave you with that picture of certain memes. You can think of whichever, whether it's politics or anything that kind of goes viral. Imagine that being monetizable. And to the extent that the social activity itself is on chain, then it's possible. And it's not only possible, it's happening. And so this is the future that I see. And this is the opportunity then that I see for our civic engagement, for bringing the grassroots on chain, and that this gives us like weapons, weapons to reinsert ourselves into the relevance of politics, where what we want and demand as ordinary citizens can no longer just be ignored. This is a problem that we are all having on the right, on the left, in the middle. I mean, I don't think it's been lost on anyone at this point that we all have a problem on our hands in terms of our politics and the governance and the election process. So everything that I talk about here in this essay, and I'm going to leave it here, is painting that picture, right? It's giving you how I see it, you know, how I see the opportunity. What is the foundation on which we have designed Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects? Why we are using some tools? What is our relationship with tokens, coins, crypto? What will our activity look like if you become a token holder? You know, some of this creator stuff that's happening. So, you know, the idea, of course, that you'll hear from the base people, this is Coinbase. They just talk very much about what I mentioned before, you know, surveillance capitalism and the middleman that has basically been gatekeeping the value of all of our content. And there's a lot there's some concerns and critiques about this model and where it's going, how it's being rolled out. And this is not the forum for that discussion, but I would love for us to have that discussion. My way that I think we ought to address that, you know, some of the critiques or the concern is, I think that there's just going to be another type of exploitation of the creator in this new model. One of the ways I think we mitigate that is by creating as a group, by working together in our friend circle, both as individual creators who, and by creator, it really just means you post content. Okay. So I don't mean that you necessarily have to be like a creator or you identify as a creator or an artist per se, but you are creating content. You are just tweeting or you are just posting a photo. That counts. But the idea is for us to band together in this friend circle. So we have our own community, Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects, and that we have a coordinated way in which we communicate socially and put content online. And then we have a way that we dap each other up. So we'll discuss this more in like the working group of people who want to do this. But that is, I believe, a way that we can manage the burnout, the demands of this new emerging internet. I'm getting old. I'm getting a little bit old. I see something that makes me feel like it's 2006 again and YouTube just started. I mean, it feels like that. But with AI generated content and all of that, it's so much faster. It is blisteringly demanding. I mean, it's like 24/7. I don't know what humans are going to be able to sustain this. So when we come together as a group and we have this wider mission of things that we're doing, it's not just about being, extremely online. In fact, we are on a mission to like separate ourselves from the internet more and be with other humans. But this is going to be this is going to be how we finance that, is by coming together and participating in this new wave of tokenized social creator content. That's how we monetize the intangible and our desire, and all of these dynamics that we can study, and we can think about, okay, how does this map onto the new tools that we have available with blockchain? And in particular, I think what the base blockchain set of tools have built, and that I think this month there's some reveal that's happening December 17th from Coinbase. I don't know what it is. I think they're going to announce some integration with Instagram. So I don't know what that's going to look like. Like, I don't know. But we are ahead of the curve, okay? We could do some really historic things, and we have to, because if we don't, there's plenty of people who will just be led along and be, live in Ready Player One, and nothing's going to change. And I don't want that to happen. So let's not allow anyone to scare us away from this technology. Let's not allow anyone to make us fearful of expressing ourselves and sharing our truth. Let's not be fearful of people who don't believe what we believe. This project is for folks with tough skin and humility, because we can't afford to be at war with each other as like people, because we are all we have. I'll just say that we are all we have, and we need each other. That is why this is a friend circle is so important. Okay, how am I doing on time? I'm still so behind. That's okay. I'm the boss of this live stream, so. Now I am going to take you back in time 20 years ago to where Kianga Ellis Projects started. You are going to see more from baby Kianga. I'm just going to screen. Let's see. This is just a few minutes. Let's see you're going to see a video of the opening reception of let me just describe every video for you, because then I'll just play them in succession. I'm going to start with Summer Art Circle. So in 2006, I created a program for summer associates and law firms in New York City. So big, fancy law firms. I don't know. It used to be a very luxurious, elaborate kind of wining and dining experience. After your second year in law school, you try to get a summer job at a firm that you think you want to work at after law school. These are like, the white shoe, fancy Wall Street firms. And they used to, I just don't know how things are now. I'm sure it's similar, but it's really pretty great experience. So I organized a kind of patron development program, a social program that the summer associates could participate in. that would expose them to the fine arts and to model for them a life that would include arts patronage even as a young professional. And so Summer Art Circle had tons of program partners like the Metropolitan Museum, which each of these institutions has had a dedicated young patrons group. So you could become a member in a special category as a young person. And that group then would go to specific scheduled activities. You'd have like private conversations in artist studios. You'd get invited to special curators talks, and it was social. And so I organized this program with, again, a bunch of the program partners, Lincoln Center, yeah, a bunch of museums and arts organizations in the city. And then there were, I don't know, 5 or 6 of the big firms and their summer associates, where I worked: Cravath, Swain and Moore, Sullivan and Cromwell, Davis Polk. What, did we have Davis Polk? You might not have Davis Polk, but we had a large group. And so you're going to see a video of the opening reception, and you are going to hear the talk that I gave at the opening reception in 2006. And then the third video I'm going to show is from 2011, when Kianga Ellis Projects was organizing a couple of exhibitions in my apartment in Brooklyn. And so I'll show you that, and then I'll come back.
I was saying earlier that if you look at a piece of art, you might think that it wasn't that difficult to create. Same way, if you watch a football game, you say you just kick the ball 50 yards. It doesn't seem that hard. But if you paid attention and you tried it, you understand how difficult it is and how effortless they make it look in both aspects. It's quite astonishing.
Dance is my special interest. I'm particularly interested, obviously, in the classics, New York City Ballet. He's actually a program partner for this program, and that's kind of exciting.
I'm excited for some of the theater, Shakespeare in the Park, and some of the visual art, museums and things like that.
Yeah. This Friday, I'm going to the Studio Museum in Harlem. Yes, they're having a party. I went to undergrad in New York, and I never knew that this museum existed. And now, I'll be there this Friday.
It's a special kind of philanthropy with an interest in supporting. It's a humanist endeavor, but it's not like alleviating poverty. It isn't something that directly confronts the ills that humanity faces on a day-by-day basis. But it's perhaps something that confronts, humanity on a more eternal framework. It's something more enduring, perhaps.
Okay, next one.
Small business owners across the country are using Amazon to pick up, store, and deliver their products. Smell the roses, Julia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kianga Ellis. Welcome to the opening reception for Summer Art Circle 2006. It's great to see all of you here. And I know some of you have asked me about my shirt, about my ensemble, and wearing the Brazilian flag. Well, as many of you know, tonight is also the opening of the World Cup. And so I, like Google, wanted to celebrate it. If any of you have sort of been to google.com today, you'll have seen they've redone their logo for the World Cup. And I've been thinking all of this week a lot about the World Cup. And I hope it's okay that I talk about sports. I know this is art and we're on Museum Mile, but if I can digress just for a few minutes, because there's something about the World Cup, and I'm not even a soccer fan. I mean, I didn't play soccer. I think I've watched at most maybe 15 minutes of any soccer game. But I've been impressed and moved over the years at what happens to the world during the World Cup. And I've been thinking, well, what is that about? You know, why do millions, hundreds of millions of people wake up in the middle of the night and, you know, cheer with friends and get together? And I think it has something to do with culture and identity and pride and this opportunity to stand up to the world and say, here I am and this is where I come from, and you know, I'm proud of it. And that strikes me as very similar to what art is about. And I thought, you know, maybe there's some parallels between art and soccer and the World Cup. And I picked up this edition of the National Geographic, which is out this month, and it's about why the world loves soccer. And so I'm wearing Brazil, and in fact, the article about Brazil, and if I can, I just want to read you a little bit from what John Lanchester wrote. And interestingly, it's titled Ballet with the Ball, a Love Story. So I'm just going to read this short passage, and I want you to imagine that every time I say the word soccer, I'm saying art. And I think that will say something about the kinship that I see between soccer and art. So he says, why do we fall in love with soccer? So why do we fall in love with art? What happens? At some deep level, the reason soccer snags us is that soccer, good soccer, is beautiful and it's difficult, and the two are related. A team kicking the ball to each other, passing into empty space that is suddenly filled by a player who wasn't there 2 seconds ago and who is running at full pelt, and who, without looking or breaking stride, knocks the ball back to a third player who he surely couldn't have seen, who also at full pelt and without breaking stride then passes the ball at, say, 60 miles an hour to the head of a fourth player who has run 75 yards to get there, and who, again, all in stride, jumps and heads the ball with, once you realize how hard this is, unbelievable power, accuracy, toward a corner of a goal just exactly where the goalkeeper, executing some complex physics entirely without conscious thought and through muscle memory, has expected it to be. So that is all this grace and speed and muscle and athleticism and attention to detail and power and precision. It will never appear on a score sheet and will be forgotten by everybody a day later. This is the strange fragility, the evanescence of soccer. It's hard to describe, and it's even harder to do, but it does have a deep beauty that everyone watching a game discovers for themselves, a secret thing. And this is why soccer, which has so much ugliness and around it and attached to it, still sinks so deeply into us, because it can be so beautiful. So for me, and I'm interested in having a discussion maybe over the course of the next month about what parallels you see between soccer and art, if any. But I think that really captures why I'm involved in the arts, and all of us at Avail Art and all of our program partners here have become involved in art and bringing art to people and supporting artists, is because of that power, that beauty, like the beautiful game. And so I'm really glad to have you here in New York for the summer, being able to participate with events that we've planned with our program partners. And I really want to thank all of them who are here: Film Society of Lincoln Center, the Guggenheim Museum, Lincoln Center for Performing Arts, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, El Museo del Barrio, the Museum of Modern Art, the new Museum of Contemporary Art, New York City Ballet, the Public Theater, and the Student Museum in Harlem. So, I mean, you have the A-list of institutions in New York at your disposal this summer. And there are many other event partners that we're working with, and we really have built this program for you. It's all about you, so take advantage of what's interesting to you, take advantage of us. We're here to answer your questions and find out, you know, what's beautiful to you and help you discover that passion, help you sort of connect with that beauty that's art. And so, of course, philanthropy is also something that's important to our program. But what we really believe is that when you discover that beauty, have that connection, find that relationship with art, that supporting it just comes naturally, and it's something that you'll want to do. So that's all of the wisdom I'm going to impart on you tonight, and I want you all to have a great time the rest of this evening and this summer, and certainly want to thank all of your participating firms who've been very enthusiastic and supportive, which I think says a lot, because it's a new program, and, you know, law firms are pretty conservative places. So as you're thinking about your decisions to join, hopefully that's a check in the yes column for you. As I've traveled the world. Oh my God. I had not watched that, and I got a little emotional looking at myself from 20 years ago and all of that. So you're just getting all the lore today. That is the purpose for this live stream. You get the backstory, and you're seeing my own journey to somehow, I don't know how 20 years went by, and I just keep being the same person. Just found myself doing it's like, wait a minute, friend circle. Why does that sound familiar? Because actually, even at the time, I had to tell you this, actually hired developers. This is 2005 and 6, y'all. I hired developers to create our own little private Facebook. It was very expensive. Anyway, that's just some lore for, I don't know, the dinner party. So this is supposed to be a Friendraiser. I really haven't been very salesy. We are raising 33 ETH for Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects and all the fabulousness that will be going on. And what was I going to say about that? I just lost my train of thought. I just totally spaced. All right. Oh, the top 5 supporters, in addition to, you know, being awesome just because you are you, once we reach our goal, I will be hosting a very magnificent dinner party for you and a +1 in Maine on Deer Isle in August of next year. So that's, you know, somebody told me I needed to have some special goodie, some special, you know, extra incentive for the whales. I'm talking to the whales, you know, because the grassroots, we don't have money. we need some from you in the form of ETH, and then, you know, we can do some stuff on base. We can start base posting, we can write, we could get our tokenized meme plan together for the midterm. So I'm speaking to the whales. I'm speaking to people who still have money after today. And actually, this is a way of buying the bottom. So a way that you could feel better if you were already holding ETH and you plan to continue to hodl, donating your ETH to us, for which, you know, you get tokens in the project, and you can select an NFT, which if you want to then
take the next step and actually become a member and be part of the governance and do all the stuff, you are absolutely welcome to. But some of you, you know, you're not here for all of that. So that's the pitch to you all who are, you know, the more fortunate among us to share. But it's probably a better place to put your ETH than leaving it in ETH right now. You'll feel good and you'll be part of something very special for the future. All right. We're on a good schedule. So the next thing is the is 2011. Oh, actually, let me explain the concept for this exhibition, because I think it's also very important and showing you the ethos of Kianga Ellis Projects that's always been very inclusive, participatory, extremely experimental, and social. It's always been about human connection, friendship, love, and not about markets, which is evident from me trying to open a gallery. I didn't try, I did. I did have like, I mean, a program in my apartment was a kind of gallery, but in 2013 to 14, I actually had a proper project space in Chelsea, New York City, and did a couple of pretty cool exhibits there. And I just was like, I can't be bothered selling artwork. I just want to do this like thing that's important and bold and explores these ideas. And so yeah, it's always been about the ideas and about connection and about the future and concepts and society. And so it feels really natural to now expand that in 2025 to look at really political activity, political engagement, and community service, you know, with things like the Rural Rapid Response Network, where, you know, on the ground, we're thinking about emergency response. We're thinking about, yeah, just a whole suite of things that once we as a core group forming who understand and want to manipulate the Web3 aspects of the project. And of course, I haven't even talked really that much about the project houses, the historic buildings that we're restoring, where we can have we will have hub stations for our in-person activities, for decentralized finance education and onboarding and art events, social events. But I have to do things, and I will do things, and I think I have the receipts to show that I'm the person for the job that breaks down these barriers of class, social, you know, all of these boxes that we tend to be in. And that is certainly a challenge around our being social within any area, but in rural America. But Kianga Ellis Projects is going to be the place where everybody actually comes together. And it's going to be beautiful. Alrighty. So, oh, I forgot. Okay, so I'm going to explain a little bit about what you're about to see. So I did an exhibition called the New York Group Show in the end. I think this is what I'm going to show you is from New Year's Eve 2011, so to 2012, where anyone and everyone who submitted their work to be in this show was admitted. So, you know, in the art world, in contemporary art, in Brooklyn, New York, you know, there's so much exclusivity, you know, like every layer of exclusivity. And I wanted to do a project where everyone was going to get picked, and to, you know, really flip the idea of status, you know, how status dynamics work in the art world, and to just give it the middle finger, basically. And so that's what I did. And every person, I mean, it was time bound when the call went out. And I don't even really right now remember the number of artists, but you'll see, because the video is a walkthrough of my apartment at the time and all the works exhibited. And I'm just so very proud of it for so many reasons. But it was just deeply meaningful and social and many, and to have that relationship with the artists and other people and people in the New York, in the Brooklyn, particularly kind of art world at the time. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I screen it now again as just part of this live stream where you're getting, the lore and hopefully getting a feeling of the vibe of Kianga Ellis Projects, that although this is 2011, so that's 14 years ago, it's still forever ago. These are all the things that inform what I've been talking about, what I've been working on for this past year, and now that we're expanding the circle of trust to include whoever, you potentially. This is the vein in which in the spirit in which we want to operate, not, of course, limited to art and art projects, but now having to do with people's lives, our lives. We're the only ones who are going to look out for us, right? Yeah, we have seen that that's true. We're up for the challenge, but it's going to take a lot of heart. All right, here it is.
Okay, this is Kianga Ellis. The opening of the New York group show. I'm in the hallway. I thought I'd just say a few remarks before going in because it's very crowded. Hello, are you coming to the New York group show?
Yes.
What is your name for the camera, please?
My name is Rick.
Hi, Rick. I'm Kianga.
Kianga,
nice to meet you. Please. It's video. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. I'm pausing to get my picture taken. Did I move? Okay. Hello. Do you have anything you'd like to tell the people?
Who are you? I have no idea who you are.
That's good.
Are you making a movie?
Yeah, I am. What do you want to tell the people?
It's a wonderful show. Thank you for including me.
No, thank you for honoring me, Imar. Oh, you found her, huh?
Yeah.
The institutions really kind of started to close down once they started to realize how obscene, they were. They were like highlighting and And they started moving institutional care to like community care and the development of like psychotropic drugs and whatnot allowed people to not need hospitals, and they were all able to be treated in community centers or at the homes.
Like integrate them into life, so they're functioning people.
And they were just about people that were just like your family. They were just choosing
Lovebirds. What are you guys talking about?
Right. It's like an apple.
No, it's a moving picture.
We're smiling like now we look stupid.
Never. Oh, the glare. Oh, that's beautiful. What is that? Oh, wow. Love it. Hello. It's actually a video.
Lisa's got to remix it.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone's having a lovely time, it seems. Yeah. He was my intro for my video.
I did 10 paintings in 6.
Thank you. Hello.
So this is your show?
Yes.
Where are your friends?
Oh, hi, I'm Kianga Ellis. Nice to meet you. I love her work. Hi, Lindsay. I'm just doing a little walkthrough. Cheers. All right, so there you have it. New York. There you have it. There you have it. Vintage Kianga Ellis Projects. Shenanigans. Experiments, social, internet, community. Good times. Let's see. So the next thing on the program was to talk about the grassroots goes Onchain. I feel like I've kind of hit all of those points. Maybe what I'll do right now, though, actually, for a few minutes is just show you the juice box. Show you the user interface for contributing ETH
either on main or base, and how you can select an NFT, a membership NFT, which doesn't mean you are officially a member of the 501c4. It means you can be if you want. And there are bylaws that are linked on KiangaEllis.com if you want to nerd out on that. So I will show that. And then, how am I doing? 3 hours and 10 minutes into my endurance live stream. I got stamina, y'all. Some of you, you know, from the Sunday Show's watch party, I can go for some hours. So I'm still good. How are you? How are you? Oh, let's see. Yes. So let me show you. Let me show you the juice box. It's Monday. Wonder where did the markets close? I've been on here with you all. I think you need to see that bigger. Yeah, that's better. So if you, this is the portal to the whole organization and how we will operate. The Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects, this circle, and then how it becomes a foundation for the local currency project I talked about a couple hours ago. And I'm not going to sort of talk about the nitty gritty of that mechanism because it's just too much, and it's probably, you know, for a group of people who want to talk about that. But this process, this mechanism of joining or supporting through the juice box, which entitles you in that transaction to receive tokens and or NFTs if you so choose, is absolutely foundational to how this entire design therefore works as a social flywheel that's monetizable, where groups can form and with a small spark generate a big bang. And this is what it looks like. And you will see a description here on the left, a description here, which is also pretty much set out in the article that's on our at Kianga Ellis X. And yeah, so here's priorities, local currency, emergency management. So, and local meaning, you know, that there are sort of legal and technical meanings for that. Obviously, I am talking about a blockchain-based digital currency. But the local here refers to the geography of New York State and New England, specifically, where we have physical brick and mortar locations in the Northern Catskills and down east Maine, Northern Catskills of New York, Central New York. We're emergency management support. So these project houses, these restored historic houses within the communities then become a hub to help us manage and support the emergency response activities and plans that happen at state local level. But we are going to be participating in that and local governance and public meetings And then further down the line, as we've built up this architecture and this community that's all connected via this token model, this crypto asset model, then we have some weight to begin to look at decentralized financing models that can help us fund the municipal level needs of our cities and towns, because that's such a scary picture once you start really looking into your council meetings and minutes and the budget. And what I've discovered over this past year of study, and it's been a mainstream note, where the federal government is being restructured and pulling back resources for very many reasons and canceling funding and all the stuff that's going on. Bottom line is how we do governance and government is anyway in need of a big overhaul. And so this project, specifically the end points, the end goals of the Rural Rapid Response Network, something that we instigate with Kianga Ellis Projects, but naturally requires, a multi-stakeholder onboarding, with one of the main end goals of that to be around this financing mechanism, tapping into the decentralized finance world and how capital markets are being reshaped to become potentially peer-to-peer and accessing risk appetite, demand for investments, all of that, which we can have separate sessions about, that sort of ties into more of my day jobs side of my life. I don't know how long this is going to take. I mean, probably long, but it's a vision, and we are going to be part of bringing that vision into reality with this project. Peer-to-peer and municipal decentralized financing is what happens eventually when we just start with a friend circle. It just starts with a friend circle that's going to base post and tokenize memes to sway the midterms. Amazing. So all of that is described here, and then this is the transactional side, where you decide you have to have a wallet. You have to have a cryptocurrency wallet. You have to have a wallet on either the Ethereum mainnet or Base. Those are two different things. And it is up to you to figure that out if you don't already know. And I know you can. And once you have, then you come back here. And there is, in fact, a UI that you can kind of create. You can create a wallet through this page. So come here, check it out, decide where you want to hold your NFTs or tokens. I would say that if you want to be very socially engaged, in like the working group or the core group, you want to make content, you want to write, you want to do the social things online, we're going to be doing that on Base. If you think you're just more passive and want to just be down, ETH mainnet is fine. In either case, when it comes to actually taking the next step in becoming a recognized member, so if you want to be part of the sort of organizational stuff of membership, then either mainnet or Base is going to allow you to vote with your NFTs. So there are 3 different NFTs you can buy. Well, I shouldn't say buy, that you can select as rewards or gifts from your contributions. And it's all very, I mean, they're very affordable options. I think. So in other words, you know, you can be part of the on-chain community with tiny amounts of money. So even though, yeah, we're big raising 33 ETH, that's going to come from our whales, right? And our probably folks who want to be more strategic partners or program partners who are interested in the events that we'll do, and yeah, other parts of the design. And I think that those of us who will be like the foot soldiers, the people who will make friends, really, because we're going to be, you know, working together and exploring these ideas and implementing them. I don't even want to look at what is ETH now trading at. I don't know what happened. But let's just say ETH is at 3,700. Is it? I don't know. Then 0.005. Okay, then 8. So it's like $20 to a $20 gift of ETH, and you can select the Rural Rapid Response NFT. Or, you know, you don't have to, you could still contribute and get, you know, the token allocation and not have the NFT. But if you think you want to be part of governance, if you think you want to really like be a member of the unincorporated Maine Association, a member of the 501c4, and be part of the decisions and the governance of that, then you need to have one of the NFTs, because your identity as a member is basically defined as your wallet address that has an association issued NFT. So this is a whole new mechanism in which to organize and communicate and manage the human side of grassroots activity. So I'm pretty excited to see how it all turns out. So that's a view of the Juicebox. And next, so the final thing that we will do tonight is screen another exhibition, another conceptual social art practice, Kianga Ellis Projects Vintage. This is a performance and conceptual work with the artist Robert Pear. And he, in our essay, you could Google him also, but there's a link to his website. You can see his work. And I just really loved what he was doing around image and poetry. And we collaborated on presenting him reading his work, like doing sort of a performance of his written work in the form of a live stream. So a kind of endurance live stream. And the performance was over 2 hours. I am going to just stream like an hour of it. So that's what's going to happen for the next hour until, let's say, 6:30. And I will come back at 6:30 to wrap up today's program. All right. Okay. Actually, I'm going to show you Robert's website. Okay. Okay, so that's Robert's website. So you can see his name. I actually don't know what this is. That's great. That's great. Okay. You could go to his website and check that out. So now I will screen his performance with Kianga Ellis Projects. It was an internet exhibition from the year 2013. And again, we'll do just an hour. And you can find the link to this. It's on YouTube in the essay, in the article that's on the that's pinned on X. And then at 6:30, I will be back to wrap up.
Spaghetti for breakfast, sits smoking. Nothing at all will happen, no laughter. And he puts on a shirt and tie, watches porn, then goes for a walk. A pale blue jacket, gray trousers, drunk by 10. Goes to the diner for eggs. The waitress has on earrings shaped like small yellow flowers and vodka no ice in a green glass goblet, spaghetti on a snow white plate. 5 cigarettes lined up to his left, 5 lines of cocaine to his right. Inside 3C, Orlando is down on her knees and married and Jewish and in a pink bra and snakeskin stilettos, and she loves him with all her heart. Garbage trucks in a slow procession up 4th Avenue. He sits on the curb outside the laundromat, chasing shots of vodka with King Cobra. And she's in a rec room on the moon, dancing naked for a group of scientists, and her eyes are bright yellow and her nipples are pale blue. A pale blue jacket at the Greyhound station, Orlando, Florida, lungs full of menthol smoke, pulls a folded up piece of paper, a drawing she made of a coat from a credit card in her lap, in the back of the bus. Orlando has pierced nipples and gold eyeshadow, and she thinks he's a great artist. A little drunk, has 2 pencils, one yellow, one light blue, draws a spaceship for her while he waits for his coffee at the diner. But then completely devastated now, and not a single sound, a bag of ice and a lemon pie in the freezer, drinks Mr. Boston from the bottle, a jar of, and she's forgotten him entirely now. And inside the Burger King by the highway, a coffee and vodka, and he sketches a blue heron on the napkin. Ice cold inside 3C, they sit on the carpet eating fries from Burger King, watching a young blonde fisting an older brunette on a black and white monitor. Smith's Tavern, beer and a shot 3 times, sketching shorebirds and spinning, nearly falls off his stool. Some blonde, he couldn't care less. 3C, ice cold, the AC on high, checks the mirror, doesn't know what he looks like anymore. 52 years old, hasn't known for years, pours himself a. 5:30 in the morning, the pond in front of the apartment complex. He watches from the bathroom window, two small egrets in the fog, then turns. Up on stage singing, and before she's even done, everybody's fucking clapping like mad. And he's back by the bar, feeling like a fucking idiot. In lemon yellow pencil drew her face poorly, then in pale blue her breast. In thick gray a blue heron. In red he signed his name over and over. Eats pie with his fingers, tries to jerk off and fails. Showers and dresses, shirt and tie to the diner with a flask in his pocket. She's gone. Some legs on that blonde guy at the bar says, but he's trying to write the Italian a letter. Pointless. Orders another shot. Imagines fucking. The days pass now, that's all. Occasionally he'll see Orlando at some bar and draw her picture. She's in love with some guy and laughs when he... Dunkin' Donuts sucks. On the sidewalk spins around, maybe a cab. Vodka and iced coffee. The AC, the Muslim girl behind the counter, tries to text. At his desk, loaded on morphine, head like a rain cloud, whole body dulled, thinking can't be trusted, the curly-haired girl in a vintage dress. Iced lemon donuts with Orlando, both wasted high on morphine sulfate. She's naked on the carpet, the television with cable news on mute. He's at iced lemon donuts, applesauce, morphine sulfate, a cotton blanket, a thunderstorm, toenails painted red, orange juice, her white shoulders. Rain falls straight down into the street, the backdrop a yellow brick wall, up at the window staring, not unhappy, only slightly drunk, no lights. 3C is a 4th-floor walk-up, linoleum floor, AC rattling in the window, a plate, a cup, a bowl, a lemon meringue pie in the freezer. He sits and... 3C is a 4th-floor walk-up, no AC. He sits naked on a stepladder at the kitchen table. Orlando is sleeping on the linoleum floor. He stares. "3C is a 4th-floor walk-up, ice cold, pale blue carpet, a poster of Saturn's rings in the kitchen. He's on the floor studying maps of the... 3C is a 4th-floor walk-up, 2 a.m., pours a vodka, no ice, unrolls a map of the moon's surface on the kitchen table. She's sleeping naked on the... Lemon popsicles and applesauce and Cheetos in a steel cell on the moon, and German porn and nipple clamps and experiments with tropical fish. Spends his days at his monitor in a room full of fish tanks, eating lemon pudding from a foil bag and masturbating and making playlists. "3C, the Italian left. It's a non-smoking room, so he stands on the balcony overlooking a marshy field, a pair of egrets and the bright yellow sun. In 3C, 3 monitors on the kitchen floor, on one a rocket launch, on the other French amateur porn, and then a surveillance cam of her asleep. Apartment 3C, ice cold, yellow and blue striped wallpaper. There's sliced bread and applesauce and Neurontin and Seroquel, and he's unsure what. Drinking screwdrivers from a thermos, out on a reedy lake, blazing yellow sun. They say alligators, and he paddles to one end and back, all after. Shirt and tie, 2 Haldol, then breakfast at a gas station, the metal bridge over the interstate to kitty cats, a vodka grapefruit, sees Orlando. She's dancing, really a little too old and a little too thin to be up there, but he spins back from the toilet, thinking if she would just kiss. 2 big yellow suns, a pale blue mountain range surrounds the city. In a cab with Orlando going 90, sniffs coke off the seat. Fucking Martians. 1 bowl, 1 cup, 1 spoon, a pair of light blue parakeets. He loves her with all his heart, watches the Seroquel down with warm stoli and knows. Apartment 3C in a complex by a lake choked with algae, by the interstate, crepe myrtles and alligators. He gets breakfast at the gas station. A recipe for lemon pie, but she can't cook. He's tapping cheap coke into a cigarette. The TV is on mute, a child killing a bear with an arrow. Cherry candy and lemon ice and applesauce and cold, cold water, and Ativan and Ambien and Benadryl, and thin white arms and long brown hair. Horrible desperation, Smith's Tavern, 2 a.m. The bartender, tall and thin, ignores him. He's tipped goddamn well all night with her fucking tattoo. Drugs himself to sleep, thinking of Orlando and the moon, tattoo on her shoulder, and her thin white arms, and drugs himself some more because Orlando isn't here, and he called and they said Alex wasn't dancing tonight, and he tries to text the Italian but too drunk and can't type. In his underwear, paddles across the lake, chain smoking, fucking mosquitoes, killing himself for all the mistakes and impotence and vodka tonics. Blocks of blue ice and cold lemon syrup, shoots dope in his ass, all the air conditioners on full blast, and the Italian girl sings him. Pale blue 92 Corolla overheats on I-75, 50 miles south of Orlando, pulls off the ramp into the parking lot of an adult toy store, calls her. A structure made of blocks of blue ice and lemon yellow mortar, inside a metal desk, shortwave radio, and a bowl with a blood red fighting fish. They're drunk at the club. She's in a short glitter dress and snakeskin heels and won't stop talking to this fucking guy with a tattoo. Orlando is bound with ice blue ribbon to a bed in the back of a small house near the airport. She sings and fantasizes about a quiver filled. A pale blue 92 Corolla parked outside, 3C. He's asleep in the back seat. Orlando wouldn't let him in. Then around 10, watches some guy leave in ethane rains and methane snows, plowing through a frozen cyan sea on a Russian ice cutter, high as hell, with her tied with ribbon to a bunk. 1 foot out the window, the Italian girl in daisy yellow underwear and wife beater sings along to the radio. He's super high at the wheel of. On the train, 2 a.m., and vodka, and staring at a girl, pale blue dress, looks just like Orlando but with tattoos, and he wishes he was anywhere else. She was ill. He changed the sheets to the bright yellow ones she liked, and fed her lemon ice on a sterling spoon, and kissed her feet, and cherry candy and espresso shots and morphine sulfate and fuck all day in the bathroom on the kitchen floor, and she reads him what she wrote. Rosa Claw across a slushy lake, blocks of blue ice and a platinum sun, and calls her name and whispers her name and carves her name in his forearm. In 3C at the Marriott, Alex lets him go down on her, and after, ask him whose initials are cut into his arm, but he'll never tell her or anyone. Awake at 4 in the morning, does 50 push-ups, then lemon pudding out of a silver bowl, takes 6 milligrams of Ativan, and dresses in a pale blue suit, and used to be a cutter, but these days just too exhausted all the time. Drives aimlessly around Brooklyn till 3 in the morning, hoping to see her. Laundromat, drunk and covered in sweat. The owner keeps 2 blue parakeets on one of the dryers. A Mexican child spits red candy onto the floor. Sticky red candy on the blue linoleum. She pulls off her dress and lies down on the floor beside him. He puts his hand in her crotch and tries. In his underwear, lemon yellow water lilies so thick on the lake he can barely paddle the pale blue boat. The vodka is hot. The sky is white. Watching and smoking while Orlando crawls across the pale blue carpet, a bouquet of yellow flowers in her mouth, nipple clamps, and a dog collar. The yard, a small square of pink gravel, a single date palm beside the mailbox stuffed with grocery circulars. He's inside wondering what the... He and Alex meet once a week in 3C at the Marriott by the airport. The TV is on mute, and now an alien planet with 2 blue suns and a frozen... Red candy stuck together, a red fighting fish on the counter by the register, and a Mexican girl with bright red lipstick in front of the porn. Smears himself with red syrup and vodka, vicious and in desperation. The Italian girl is in love. Walks to the liquor store, old Chinese bitch. Coffee and a shot of Mr. Boston from the freezer. Across the highway to the Robin's Egg Diner, 2 more coffees and wheat toast. The waitress. 3 a.m. can't sleep. The Robin's Egg Diner. Smears bright yellow margarine on white toast. Tries to speak French to the waitress. She's Moroccan, and... A bagel, nearly gags. A large lemonade. A shot of vodka. The fucking heat and a menthol and the full moon still visible in the pale blue sky. A tub of bright yellow margarine. A blue-colored popsicle. He takes the fish dead in the water in his hand, slick and bright red, and flushes it. A tub of bright yellow margarine, a blue-colored popsicle. She sits up, her legs tucked under her, naked and pale, with a clamp on each nipple. Vicious and desperate at 8 in the morning, his face flushed, dick hard in his trousers, a vodka no ice, and he drives to her apartment and... Icy lemon syrup and honey, and sticky red candy, and her nipples. She pulls up glitter gold jeans, and then glitter gold eyeshadow, a hot pink. In red ballpoint pen, he draws a heart and her initials on his arm, and puts on a white shirt and tie, and walks alongside the highway taking... He's got $150 and calls the number Joey gave him. 30 minutes later, a Chinese girl rings the buzzer at 3C. She looks 15 and has on a... At the BP station, he bought a large coffee and a lemon pie and a bag of Cheetos and a pack of Viceroys and a bag of ice and some Vaseline. Waits for the bus, drunk, covered in sweat, pack of Viceroys. They used to go to Atlantic City, he recalls. Blackjack and high on pills, laughing. 3C at the downtowner Motor Inn, pale blue walls and a bright yellow bedspread, cum stains and a little blood. She would cook eggs and toast. In Orlando once, Alex was dancing at some club. They stayed at the downtowner Motor Inn. Up early every morning, he would walk along the highway. Recalls they went to Orlando and the car broke down and they stayed in some shithole. He would get breakfast from the BP station and bring at the Grand Street station, stumbling maybe, and the taste of vodka, and two Chinese girls are whispering and laughing, and he spins and wonders. Made of pistols and needles and knives and spinning like a disco ball in the center of the room, blocks of blue ice barricade the door, and he, laughed at by a Chinese hooker, zigzags down the sidewalk, thinks an ice cream, but it's 2 a.m., heads into a bar, orders a Mai Tai. What's so fucking... Has on bright pink underwear and nipple clamps, and she's on her hands and knees drinking a lemonade out of a pale blue bowl on the floor of 3C. Orlando, 2 a.m., has a crumpled bus ticket in his pocket, asks the cab driver to take him to a bar. The guy takes him to some fucking disco near. A big gun, a big needle, a big knife, crawling in honey and tar and lemon syrup. She leans over and blows a stream of smoke. She whispers, she says, he's made of pistols, zigzags into Smith's Tavern with a Chinese hooker on his arm, orders 2 Mai Tais. They talk for a while, then go into the... 2 a.m. in apartment 3C. He's in bed sick and naked. Extreme heat wave. But he's got his eye on the phone, and he's made of knives and ill will. Crawling in pink underwear, baby blue linoleum, covered in Karo syrup and lemon slices, she licks up his legs and drools sugar onto his tongue. Keeps the small package hidden, the package wrapped in gold foil. He bought this for her years ago, but she would never accept it, so he keeps. In the drawer, there's a box of razor blades and a bottle of Flexeril and a bottle of morphine sulfate and an onyx bracelet wrapped in yellow. In 3C, he's completely alone, spinning in circles in the kitchen. Svetka, 3 in the morning. He falls down a couple times. Then fuck it. Why get up? The redhead wears yellow shorts and a tube top, and he knows it's a bad idea to be there, but they drink wine and start making out, and then, sickened and exhausted, walking for hours, filled with regret, practicing what to say, drunk and high, looking everywhere for her, and knowing he. 6 a.m. in 3C, eggs and Adderall, feeds the parakeets, hot coffee and vodka and orange juice, Orlando asleep in pale yellow underwear and an onyx. A single palm in the front yard still strung with lights from Christmas. Inside, pale blue carpet with a potted fake ficus tree in one corner. When Orlando moved in, she brought a pair of parakeets, a dozen pairs of stilettos, a gold glitter unitard, and a large black leather Sibian. On the kitchen table, there's a small knife with a gold glitter handle, a smear of blood, an empty pint of Mr. Boston, and a dime of Coke that... There are matching yellow hand towels, one with a small blood stain, and on the wall above the toilet, there's a photo of the Smoky Mountains. He's made of pistols and long needles and explosive devices and years gone wrong and regret and self-loathing and the memory of long brown. Radio is down low on a classical station. He does 50 push-ups, feeds the parakeets, and mixes 45 milligrams of morphine sulfate with 2 shots of vodka. Just given up, rides the bus downtown and back again, then walks across the bridge, 3 a.m., stares at the sky, not a single star, goes into a bar. 2 bright blue suns, and he motors down a glittering gold river towards a peak 12 miles high and a shelter where he'll spend the rest of his A girl with long brown hair, a molded plastic pistol with a bright blue grip, a bag full of cherry red candy, and a syringe filled with thick. Fucks her at the sink in the bathroom. There's a 10cc syringe filled with a lemon yellow syrup and a framed postcard from Paris above the. Stumbles, spins, just absolutely nowhere. Collapses on the sidewalk. Rebecca's Bar and Grill, a sobbing mess. You fuckers. Spitting and looks up and writes her a letter, a text, leaves her a fucking voicemail to leave that awful moron with the shoes and come back to 3C and sing him to sleep. Rows across a nearly frozen lake, thick with pale blue slush. In the bow, a carton of Viceroys, a pair of boots, and a packet of 10cc syringes. 2 bright cyan suns, a glitter gold sea, and a concrete structure built into a rocky red slope. The air saturated in icy dust and a deep hum. Yellow sheets and a blue bra. Orlando is high on cough syrup. She masturbates to anime porn and eats applesauce from the jar and reads Mishima. 3 monitors on the kitchen table. On one, a dead bear run through with arrows. On another, a live webcam from the surface of Titan. And finally, black coffee, vodka, yellow sheets, lemon pudding, a blue glass butt plug in Orlando, and the Italian makes biscuits for the moron with the shoes. Tired now at 10 in the morning, a shot of Stoli and some Adderall doesn't help. Tired of explaining and of pursuing, decides to feed the birds. Lemon tea with 2 tablespoons of sugar. Can't keep his eyes open, too much codeine and soma, and he daydreams of a bright blue pond and her. In the stairwell smoking, head falling into his lap so high, has a big yellow diamond in his pocket. She refused it, so he'll sell it and buy a. Bought passage on a freighter ship, a small cabin, just a bed, spends his time smoking, and on deck, painting small watercolors of the blue. A pile of cocaine, the frozen sea, a large yellow diamond, a pink quartz, an iron ladle of cold water, her beautiful pussy, and a blue glass pipe. A small pond, an extreme heat wave. 2 egrets stand in the dark mud on either side of the water, and he's on the balcony smoking a menthol and. Apartment 3C, he's out on the balcony in his underwear with a pack of Viceroys and a vodka no ice, sketching an egret standing in the pond. So high, lemon syrup, lemon ice, lemon pudding, lemon pie. So high, lemon syrup, lemon ice, lemon pudding, lemon pie. So high. He and Orlando at the Wellington Hotel, room 3C, on the bed in their underwear, smoking electric cigarettes and eating French fries, CNN on mute. A great expanse of blue ice. Somehow he has to find a way across. She took everything he had. She took his charm, his looks, his cock, his weapons. 2 snowy egrets, 1 yellow diamond, a frozen lemon pie, the frozen Hudson Bay, a girl with long brown hair, 2 plastic palm trees, 1 concrete. He and Orlando rent a car in Montreal and drive north towards the Hudson Bay, and they sing, and she gives him a hand job, and he asks her to. Tells her stories of his great-grandparents, shows her pictures of himself as a child. They fuck in the shower, and he gives her a string of black onyx around her neck, a yellow diamond in her mouth, black leather cuffs around each wrist, a blue glass butt plug in her ass. Denny's, across from his apartment building, Orlando, Florida, 6 a.m. He wears a pale blue diamond and fills his coffee cup from a Sterling flask. Outside on the concrete patio, dead grass covers a small backyard, 100 degrees, lemonade and vodka, and fire ants and shortwave radio. Sniffs coke at the kitchen table, jerks off, and through the sliding glass doors, a small backyard, a swing set with no seats, just hanging chain. Remembers they used to do a lot of coke at her apartment on Ludlow Street, and there would be $500,000 in the kitchen cabinets. Remembers they used to do a lot of dust at his apartment on Clinton Street, and there would be $500,000 in diamonds in the. Remembers they used to fuck on the floor in 3C because he didn't have a bed, and there would be $250,000 in weeds stuffed in the. Out of Rebecca's tavern, a small package wrapped in yellow paper in his jacket, mumbles something about the wrong girl and falls down. Small watercolor of a blue heron, carefully wrapped in yellow paper. He takes it to the post office, then stops in Rebecca's tavern for a shot. Every Saturday morning has a couple shots, drives out to the marsh, photographs egrets and herons, sits on a concrete dock, eats an egg. The wrong fucking time to meet this beautiful Italian girl. Spits and curses, fucking madly in love, and falls down outside the bar, some guy. Stumbles out into the shallow water, suit and tie, a 40 of King Cobra, yells something about not loving her and falls down the whole time. Loaded, and some blonde with tattoos, with a blue and yellow macaw. Her back is turned. And of course he thinks of the Italian and the time they. Wanders out into the shallow water, ankle deep in mud, suit and tie, and the martini glass he's been carrying since he left the bar, a Viceroy. Screaming about her all the time, ridiculous and pathetic, because she's 1,000 miles from here, under the ocean, with his cock in her mouth. A tiny package in gold foil in his pocket. A tattoo in blue of a Siamese fighting fish. A tasty lemon pie. He's wasted drunk and Orlando waits. Fucks her on the pale blue carpet, a gold glitter bra. Tattoo of an egret in flight. On the screen, a dead brown bear, pierced with arrows. She. Bartender has a tattoo of an egret in flight across her shoulders. At first she chats with him, but then he's wasted drunk and starts showing. 3 o'clock, drunk in 3C, goes down to the complex pool, tries to talk to some blonde girl, tries to read a magazine. He smokes and then thinks. Orlando, 3 o'clock, fucking blazing hot with his groceries in a bag alongside the highway, suit and tie, Some kids drive by and throw a beer. Staying at the Downtowner Motor Inn in Orlando, hot as shit, listens to the classical station till 4 a.m., then takes a long walk along the interstate. Brunette, freckles, red geraniums. Her hands are tied with pale yellow ribbon. On her knees, white ass. On the screen, methane rain falls on Titan. Orlando's high on lorazepam and coke, dancing around to some techno in a yellow chiffon skirt and bra. He's taking pictures off the screen. Orlando's passed out on the floor, topless, with a yellow chiffon skirt. He's high on Adderall, taking pictures off the TV, some hunting show, and Titan rotates on its axis. Orlando's mesmerized by the feed. She stayed up all night, lemon pie and Diet Pepsi, and masturbating to the yellow. TV's on mute. Blue herons on a nature show. He's sniffing Adderall, listening to the classical station, turned up loud, wondering about a bracelet wrapped in yellow paper in his suit pocket. Thinks to call her, decides no. Walks across the bridge, then back, then to Rebecca's bar. Wades out into icy water, senseless, and rain pouring down. Can see the bridge and a few gulls. There's trash near the muddy shore. He's cursing. Across the bridge, going 30, smoking, the window rolled down. 5 degrees in the blue water below, the blue ice, the wipers fighting heavy snow. Towards James Bay on 393, north of Valparadis, driving fast, Orlando's asleep. The parakeet's cage is on the back seat, covered in a sleeping bag. Driving fast in heavy snow towards James Bay, smoking, and sniffed 40 milligrams Adderall in the gas station toilet. Orlando's pretty drunk and singing. 15 miles per hour behind a snowplow, 2 hours south of James Bay. Orlando sucking his cock. Visibility 0. The radio static and a weather report. Out on the sidewalk, fucking 3rd Avenue. Curses Rebecca's bar and grill, spinning and sick. The bartender was nice, but he's not sure, and maybe. Out in the snow, the sidewalk, the fucking bar and grill, too many vodkas. His suit is wet and heavy with snow. Maybe a cheeseburger at McDonald's. Pay by the week hotel near Penn Station. Alex dances till 4 every morning. He walks the length of the city and back, drinks at Rebecca's bar. Eyes keep closing, 393, headed north, smoking and wondering about the Italian girl, going 90. 2 blue parakeets in a cage on the back seat. Orlando hated the cold, but she waded into the freezing water with him, crags of blue ice visible farther out. Her yellow dress stuck to her. He was talking to Sue, the bartender, about living on an oil rig or in a tent somewhere on James Bay, or renting passage on a tanker ship, or 15 miles per hour behind a snowplow on 393, an hour south of James Bay, smoking a Viceroy and listening to the weather updates on the radio. He saw. On a slow-moving tanker on Titan's syrupy yellow sea, hard red candy and diet sodas. He spends his days sketching the gray horizon and golden. At the fucking bar, and the guy with the hat won't shut up, and the vodka is nearly hot in the glass. The sidewalk, and a girl walks by in a Apartment 3C in the complex right off the interstate. He sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the morphine move into his legs and the top of. Orlando's in her underwear watching the feed from Titan on the tiny monitor. He's loaded on tablet morphine and trying to draw her face, but Orlando's face glowing green in the light of a small monitor. On the screen, Titan's ocean of methane roils, and the burnt red clouds swell. In room 3C, Orlando hums a Christmas song while he fucks her, tightening the strand of fake pearls around her neck, as CNN is muted on the TV. Low silver gray bushes, small yellow flowers, chalky earth, a constant wind, a muted white sun, the sky a bruised slate, the moon still up, the pull over somewhere north of Valparadis, just snow, the highway invisible, eats beans out of a can. They each smoke a cigarette, listen to the weather. On the side of a twin bed, slumped, Diet Pepsi and menthol, yellow sheets covered in sweat, bags under his eyes from weeks of heavy morphine. Overcoat, old LL Bean boots, a menthol and a Budweiser, moving slow across the frozen lake. All he can think about is the Italian and her stupid. Across the water, a small yellow boat, slush and blue ice. His only thought, the memory of Alex tossing her keys on his pillow and walking out. Across the lake, steaming and syrupy yellow, in a small blue boat, injects himself in the arm with Haldol, flicks a cigarette into the liquid. In room 3C, a pay-by-the-week shithole near Penn Station, he reads classical Chinese poetry all night, doing awful cocaine, peas in a coffee cup. Across the water, thick with blue slush and gray shapes below, they row. Orlando in a bright pink fitted raincoat and no underwear, and he in a... Near Penn Station at 2 a.m., pinballs out of Rebecca's bar onto the sidewalk, feeling desperately sad that he'll never kiss the Italian girl. High as shit, smoking, draws Orlando in thick lines of pale blue ink, draws her naked with legs spread, a sarcastic smile, painted pink toes, and nothing else on the patio, just a green plastic chair and a withered jalapeno plant. He takes his coffee black with a splash of Mr. Boston and 3 hours south of James Bay, going 90 in his underwear and a t-shirt, French fries on the passenger seat, looking for a payphone and a... 3 hours south of James Bay, takes the first exit in hours, too drunk now to drive, needs to sleep for a few minutes, pulls into a gas station. Out the sliding glass door, there's a cracked cement patio covered in fire ants, a green plastic chair, and a plastic liter bottle of Smirnoff. On the cracked concrete patio, he's high in his underwear, on a bright yellow beach towel, a blooming red geranium, fire ants everywhere, and hours north of Toronto, they find a gas station. He pumps. Orlando won't put out her cigarette, and she's wrapped in a bright yellow beach towel. A bouquet of small yellow flowers tells her he loves her with all his heart, and it was his fault, and if she'll only give him one more chance. And vodka in a small blue boat, both wrapped in bright yellow beach towels. She sings to him until he falls asleep, with his head in her lap. August, 8 a.m., a a palm tree strung with dead Christmas lights, a chain-link fence, the neighbor's pit bull, dust and heat, and coffee with Mr. Boston. Somewhere near Las Cruces going 95, he had dreamt that the girl with curls was in love with him, and he had held her, and she lived in a hovel. Somewhere near Las Cruces, pulled over at a place with breakfast burritos, and eats and smokes and nearly cries because he wonders if he can go. Driving in circles around Las Cruces, most of the shuttles have already launched, and the town is left with only the poorest Mexicans and him. Circles around Las Cruces, everything covered in red dust and heat. Most of the shuttles have launched, and he's sure she's gone, so he drinks. The second they crossed the New Mexico state line, he came in Orlando's mouth. And now they look for a motel and a bar and a 7-Eleven because Arizona, New Mexico, the fuck does it matter? Drunk driving, 90, just hangs his head and pounds his swollen fist. Just wants to get out and walk. Lemon candy in his mouth, Orlando in cutoffs, an empty parking lot surrounded by chain link and razor wire and locust trees and gray skies. Lemon candy in his mouth, Orlando in cutoffs, a gravel parking lot, 96 degrees under gray skies, a couple Ocotillo, a pint of vodka, and lemon candy in his mouth, Orlando in a tube top, waiting in the car. An old Mexican guy calls himself Doctor, 90 blue volumes sealed. Lemon candy in his mouth, fucking Orlando in the back seat. Parking lot, old Mexican guy drunk, dancing, some kind of soft shoe, Ocotillo, gravel. Lemon candy and vodka, maybe some Cheetos. At an all-night drive from Las Cruces to Orlando, pale blue suit, in the pocket an onyx bracelet for her. Turns off down a gravel road just east of Las Cruces, smoking some cheap dust out of a Newport, Orlando naked, wrapped in a yellow beach towel. 90 outside of Las Cruces, pale blue suit and tie, but nearly wasted drunk. Orlando pretty in a yellow skirt, an onyx bracelet and heels, and Ocotillo, a gravel parking lot, sticky lemon candy, 90 degrees, an anvil sky, 30 milligrams of Valium, a pale blue suit, a hustler on the passenger seat. Lemon candy in his mouth, Orlando in cutoffs, a hot breeze, some shitty apartment complex next to Home Depot. Knock at 3C, waiting, an old Mexican, open. Lemon candy in his mouth, a gravel parking lot beside Dairy Queen, a pint of warm vodka, fucking nearly crying, wipes his hands on his jacket. Lemon candy in his mouth, gravel road, white knuckles, seeing double, fucking vodka, just exhausted from hallucinating her all the goddamn time. In 3C, there's pale blue carpet, a white wicker table with a bird cage and 2 parakeets. On the kitchen table, 3 lines of Coke and a lemon pie, and he's taking pictures of the Italian girl. She's sitting up on the bed with her legs beneath her, a dog collar, white socks, and an onyx bracelet. Somewhere near Las Cruces, they pull over and buy Indian fry bread and 2 Diet Pepsis and a pint jar of grain alcohol and a pack of Newports. 3C, and he's crawling around the pale blue carpet, wasted, drunk, and sobbing, and going on about the Italian girl and remembering her shoulders. An empty bag of Cheetos, pink oleanders, a chain link fence, a burning wind, a green lawn chair, a plastic pint of Smirnoff, and a blue glass pipe. Two parakeets in a cage, almost midnight in 3C. He's watching Titan spin on a small monitor by the sink and fisting Orlando on the kitchen. An hour east of Las Cruces, smoking coke from a blue glass pipe, two albino parakeets in a cage on the back seat. Orlando's in a short skirt and lemon candy in his mouth, watching Titan rotate in the west, maneuvers the small capsule towards the surface with Orlando's hand in his crotch. A green lawn chair, incapacitated drunk, Budweiser, and electric menthol, dust and fire ants everywhere. A hot wind blows down from red mountains. Warm vodka and hot wind in his underwear, a green lawn chair, a cracked cement patio. Inside, she's in heels eating spaghetti sauce from the jar. Crepe myrtles draped in Spanish moss, a concrete walk through the overgrown lawn, the front door, a dirty diamond-shaped window, the doorbell. The Dogwood Apartments right off the highway, a parking lot, a metal and concrete stairwell to the second story, rows of doors. Inside 3C, a woman. Near the airport inside 3C, she's in a skirt and heels and lemon yellow bra, watching a surveillance feed from the parking lot and drinking. Small house near Las Cruces, old Toyota in the driveway, a hula hoop. Inside, Orlando's high on lorazepam and vodka, watching a surveillance feed. In the passenger seat, a birdcage with two albino parakeets, French fries, an inhaler, a pack of Newports, a pistol with a gold glitter handle. In the passenger seat, Orlando's in underwear and snakeskin stilettos, drunk and high on soma, cutting his name into her forearm with a gold. In the passenger seat, a map of New Mexico, a large plastic cup filled with horchata, a nearly empty pint of Smirnoff, and a photo of Orlando. Depressed, exhausted, eating lemon meringue pie in front of a small monitor on the kitchen counter, a surveillance feed from the parking lot. Depressed and exhausted, masturbating on the bed, tangled sheets, an empty pie tin, a bag of Cheetos, a small TV with some German mother-son porn. Small house near the Orlando airport, Spanish moss, some pink oleanders, a horrible drought. On the TV, farm animals dropping dead in the fields. Yellow liquid lapping at red rock, then a valley, and superheated dust, and a concrete structure with aluminum interior walls, banks of monitors. Two snowy egrets standing in a sulfur yellow pond ringed by tall spindly palms, then a line of pale blue mountains and a glaring neon pink sun. A sulfur yellow pond, hot daylight on the asphalt, a Dairy Queen, a stinking dumpster, a blue heron in the drainage ditch alongside the highway. Near the airport inside 3C, a narcotic inhaler and a surveillance feed from several cameras that he placed along the interstate, watching the... On the passenger seat, French fries and a razor blade, a Visa card in the glove compartment, 12 grand in cash, a gold glitter vibrator, and Bubblegum-colored clouds as the capsule drifts down, a faint hum of thrusters, Thai pop music and a vague burnt smell, his fingers in her mouth. Fucking 3rd Avenue, noontime sun, stumbles out of Rebecca's bar to the deli, maybe a Diet Coke. The Italian girl can suck his dick, shouting at. Video camera mounted on a palm tree in the front yard. A hula hoop leaning against a metallic blue 92 Camry, the grass overgrown, razor wire. In the passenger seat, Orlando is smoking in pink underwear and wrapped in a yellow beach towel, a new tattoo of a Siamese fighting fish on. 3C, absorbed at the row of monitors, scenes from the exit ramp and parking lot, an underwater green. Orlando whispering she wants to fuck, but he stumbles out, wades out, knee-deep in a sulfur-yellow pond. An egret on the far side takes flight in slow motion. He fucking can't stand it any. 3C slumped at the monitor, drunk and trying to sniff a line of speed, maybe laughing. Orlando's in the back with a black guy they brought home. Stumbles down into water waist high, suit and tie, a viceroy, and suddenly 100 egrets lift in slow motion from the surface of the lake, rising. A drainage ditch filled with murky yellow water, an egret poised stiff, and he's waiting in the parking lot of Costco in a metallic blue Camry. 2 a.m., the parking lot of an adult toy store, a single security light yellow overhead. He's waiting with a pack of Newports, the radio on the BBC. Bright lemons, blue carpet, ice-cold milk, cherry candy, Diet Pepsi, watermelon ice, warm vodka, white sunlight, dull brown powder, light cigarettes. In 3C, no sound but the rattle of the AC, a map of the moon laid out on the kitchen table, an inhaler, orange juice, and Smirnoff in the freezer. Wasted drunk, a suit and pale blue tie, barely moving, a viceroy. The roads flooded, a thick yellow mud everywhere. A goat struggles in the ditch. Suit and tie, spins out of Rebecca's bar and grill, wasted and desperately wanting to fuck the Italian girl. Tries to find his fucking phone. Crawling, viscous yellow mud onto chalky red rock. A kingfisher watches from a stump, and a line of pale blue mountains and pouring ethane rain. In 3C, nothing. Just the rattle of the AC and nothing else. A half pint, head in his hands, underwear, sweat and a nosebleed. She's gone for good. In 3C, the hum of the AC and faint squabble of parakeets. A map of New Mexico laid out on the kitchen table, and vodka jerking off at the sink. Orlando is tied to the couch in crotchless panties and a dog collar. He's rifling through old photographs, washing down tablets of fentanyl with. In the passenger seat, French fries, a pair of lemon yellow crotchless panties, a map of the moon's surface, a blue glass pipe, and 50 cents. 2 a.m. through the sliding glass doors, spinning down onto a green lounge chair, tries to take off his pants, smoking. Where's the fucking phone? The desert outside of Las Cruces, a concrete fucking bunker, cigarettes, spaghetti with marinara in foil bags, and electrical tape over his mouth. Asleep on an orange corduroy couch, a pack of Newports on the floor, draped hand, thin white arm, polished black dress shoes, an oscillating fan. Asleep on an orange corduroy couch, a half-eaten plate of spaghetti on the floor, a cigarette burn in the pale blue carpet, a thin white arm. Asleep on an orange corduroy couch, a girl giving head loops on the monitor, a map of the moon's surface laid out on the coffee table, a glass. In 3C, he's asleep on the carpet. The front door is barricaded with an armchair. There's a map of New Mexico on the kitchen table and a line of 3 in the morning. On an old Dell monitor, a surveillance feed of a man under a streetlight sodomizing a thin brunette woman behind a dumpster. 3 in the morning, sipping warm Smirnoff from a pint. On an old Dell monitor, a surveillance feed of a river and a bear shot through with arrows. Reaching down her throat, karate master, made of pistols, made of gold glitter, spinning like a Death Star, taking everything back, never loved her. Unthinking, chainsawing, made of pistols and gold glitter and knives, and spinning like a fucking disco ball, invisible, untouchable, uncaring, and spinning, rotating fast, complete dark, made of pistols, horrible recollection, denying that the Italian girl ever existed at all, cutting through. Rotating faster and faster, a candy pink sun, spinning out of Rebecca's bar at noon, a sulfur dust sky, traffic, and augmented Chinese teenagers. Asleep on the floor, underwear, air conditioner, an empty pie tin, the front door barricaded with an armchair. The radio relays tidal information. Asleep in the stern of a small boat wrapped in a yellow beach towel, drifting through slush and ice, static and garbled Russian from the radio. Asleep on the couch, thin white legs, scarred arms, crushed Adderall and saliva smudged on the glass coffee table. Carpet, the apartment freezing. '92 blue Camry parked near the back of the Walmart lot, asleep behind the wheel. A small gift wrap package in his suit pocket. A hostess. Freezing in 3C, pale blue carpet. He's asleep on the floor. She watches on a surveillance camera from the bedroom. His breathing. His hand moves. 2 surveillance cameras. One shows the exterior of the front door and parking lot. The other tracks the course of the moon throughout the night. One camera fixed on Titan, dull yellow and rotating. The other from the floor of Kitty Cats shows Alex dancing for a table of Chinese business. The dull yellow moon rotating, then city lights. Outside of that, the desert, then a concrete block house. Inside, Orlando on her hands and knees. Surveillance camera in the Walmart parking lot shows a '92 blue Camry under a yellow security light. A light rain. In the back seat, Orlando. Surveillance cam outside Rebecca's bar shows him spinning and falling. A small fire at first, but then much smoke, and he completely disappears. Inside Rebecca's bar, cursing and trying to explain to a glass of vodka, and the fucking Italian girl disappeared, spins backward, falls, then Fucking lemon pie and a silent glass of warm vodka. Even the fucking parakeets are staring. Ridiculously pathetic. Collapses, then poof, fucking. On the bed sheets covered in sweat and spots of cum, the laundry, there's some watermelon Jolly Ranchers and nothing else but cigarettes and a jar of lemon marmalade, a piece of a bed sheet stained with her menstrual blood, a magazine photo of Saturn, a small carved wooden Buddha, and brings the Moroccan girl back to 3C.
I'm going to pause this just for a moment. You've been watching a vintage Kianga Ellis Projects exhibition from 2013 with artist Robert Pear. And we've been streaming that now for about an hour. And I am just going to say a few parting words, and then I'm going to let this keep rolling until we're done here at 7 o'clock. You've just been part of what's basically a 5-hour vibe check. Okay. Kianga Ellis Projects vibe check. Friends of Kianga Ellis Projects is the new thing for the 3rd decade of Kianga doing Kianga things. And over the course of this live stream, I hope you've got a good feeling for what that has been and what will inform the things that are coming in our new mission, our new ambition, our 25-year Rural Rapid Response Network, citizen adjacent action, civic engagement, public service. So, all of the most important things that I think we all need in our lives, and we certainly need in our society, and we need in our politics. Consider us the next avant-garde. We live and hang out in rural communities. We are anti-elitist. We are part of the community. We care for our neighbor, and we are taking responsibility for ourselves, our families, our friends, and our lives. We are engaging in remaking governance at the local level, state, national, however we want to impact that. Tokenizing memes. We're doing a lot. We're doing a lot. So thank you for joining me, popping in live, hanging out today, or watching this later on the recording. Everything you need to know, everything that we covered today is summarized, and all the links are in the article that's pinned to the top of at Kianga Ellis on X. If you don't do X, you can follow us on Substack, where the article, the essay, First I Got the Banny, Then I Got the Power, is also there and has some key links. And what else? Yeah, so just, take it all in. We have a Telegram where the core group of folks are going to be gathered and getting things organized for, when the real activity begins in January. But we'll be very busy this month. So that Telegram link is also in the article. And of course, you can mention us or Kianga Ellis or me, FHO Money on X. Kianga Ellis Projects art people from Instagram. Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. You can find us, and happy to answer any questions, and look forward to doing it, everybody. So we're gonna get back to this just brilliant performance conceptual exhibition from Kianga Ellis Projects circa 2013 and artist Robert Pear.
The place near Penn Station, embarrassing in the draped smell of cigarettes. They fuck with CNN on TV. In room 3C, at the place near the Orlando airport, the Moroccan girl, and they talk and smoke cheap coke and make out on the filthy blue carpet. Surveillance cam shows room 3C at the downtowner Motor Inn. He's just closing the drapes. You can see the Moroccan girl pulling off her t-shirt and... In 3C at the place near Penn Station, he's up till 4 smoking cheap speed, trying to break the cycle in his head. A map of Morocco on the coffee. Unfolded map of Morocco and a guidebook, Sex Tourism in North Africa, sit on the glass coffee table. Nature on the TV. He drinks the last of... Surveillance cam, the sidewalk, spinning, falling, perhaps crying, cursing. A sudden conflagration, much smoke. Then he seems to entirely disappear. Metallic blue Camry, white carnations, lemon pudding, killing remorse, menthol cigarettes, a dull city moon, roiling desire, warm vodka, endless. A pale blue suit down the sidewalk, light rain, white carnations in one hand, a small package wrapped in gold foil in the other, a head swimming. His face is hot with cheap vodka, his thoughts skidding along on speed. He looks good, he thinks. Hands through his hair, black dress shoes and a tie. Fucking 3rd Avenue, near the sex shops, a bagel place, coffee in a paper cup, endless torment. And the Italian girl is probably still asleep, so... The Italian girl liked him in the ass, but he can't think about that now. A bus to the airport and back, trying to collect himself. Fucking weird. A pool of sweat, a grand slam breakfast, stabbing memories, pink hydrangeas, Spanish moss, the filthy carpet, the filthy ashtray, a motel room key. On the bus to LaGuardia and back for no reason, blazing hot, an orange candy sun, a flask in his pocket, starts talking to some redhead, but she... Drinking from a pint bottle, drawing the Italian girl in profile and in a sitting position, finally just draws her pussy over and over, passes. In 3C, mattress on the floor, drinking from a pint bottle and drawing trees and cakes with candles and small birds, sparrows and starlings, and... In 3C, mattress on the floor, drinking from a pint bottle and drawing spaceships and her face from memory, and finally cursing and passing out. Drunk at the bar, head swimming, drawing on a cocktail napkin, the face of the moon, his parakeets, shows the bartender a picture, then spins out. Bag of Cheetos, a couple warm Budweisers, mattress on the floor, smoking cheap dust, maybe not even dust at all, drawing spaceships and her pussy. Shaky hands, and in his boxers, inside a brick rancher with a dead lawn, an onyx bracelet in a little box, trying to tie a gold ribbon around it. Shaky and nauseous and swearing he'll never leave her again. At the grocery store, he buys cottage cheese and strawberry soda and saltine. Shaky, moving down the sidewalk, coffee in a paper cup, a small pencil drawing of an egret in his suit pocket that he'll slip into her mailbox. Under the surface, a concrete bunker on the moon with vodka and strawberry soda, Orlando naked and singing hymns, a blue glass dildo in her ass. Under the surface, a concrete bunker on the moon, with vodka and lemon syrup, and Orlando in yellow bra and heels, and they're in love forever. Across the surface of the moon, a metallic blue Camry, and garbage bags of cash in the back seat, Orlando is shooting the finest cocaine into her. Chalky rust-colored soil, rocks and dust-covered dress shoes, a royal blue suit, aviators and a viceroy, quiet, nothing but smoke on the horizon. Chalky rust-colored soil, rocks and dust and smoke, and some flame up in the mountains. A blue Camry parked at an abandoned gas pump. A hot wind. Kicks at chalky, rusty soil, in the queue for the last shuttle, a vial of lemon syrup in his pocket, an electric menthol, 2 tablets of speed. Kicks at the chalky yellow soil, a royal blue suit covered in dust and black dress shoes, in the queue for the last round of shuttle tickets. Across the surface of the moon, flying in a modified blue Camry, Orlando sniffing dust off a Visa card. He curses and taps at the busted GPS. Kicking at moon rock, fine yellow dust covering his suit. In the queue with a bunch of Sri Lankan laborers, a picture of Orlando in his pocket. Kicks of the chunky yellow soil, a royal blue suit and cowboy boots, sipping from a vial of narcotic lemon syrup, his cock hard in his trousers. Chalky yellow soil, lichens and low silver shrubs, flames on the horizon, beside an old blue Camry, a bouquet of pink carnations in his hand, and beside the highway, dust and a bouquet of white carnations in his hand. Chain link fence surrounds a stagnant retaining pond, thick yellow mud. Thinking the Italian girl is there, 3 miles from Las Cruces, walking along the interstate, red rocks and a small gift wrap box in his pocket. Near tears, stumbling, falling occasionally, crumbling red rocks, 3 miles to go. The vodka hot in his suit pocket, curses, a potted African violet. Drunk, thinking she could be there, walking beside the interstate, 3 miles from Las Cruces, crumbling red rock and a bouquet of white carnations. Stumbles and trips alongside the interstate just outside of Las Cruces, a bouquet of white carnations in a small box wrapped in gold foil. Crumbling rocks underfoot, near pitch black, waving his arms through hot air, feeling his way, a mesquite tree, a demon tangle in the dim moon. "2 a.m. parked near the back of the Walmart lot, a red 92 Camry, French fries and vodka and Diet Coke, binoculars and a star map, completely insane. Chinese girl, maybe 18, a short skirt, nervous outside the Burger King on Canal Street. He walks past twice slowly. Finally, she says, blowjob? A large white ceramic bowl filled with ice-cold water, several black volcanic rocks, a dozen 10cc syringes, and a cake with pale pink frosting. Stumbling, nearly goes down in the ditch. Oily water, reeds and vine, a blue plastic cup filled with vodka in one hand, some white carnations, a dime of cocaine, a bag of watermelon Jolly Ranchers, a white ceramic bowl filled with motor oil and water, a small glass vial of lemon syrup. Orlando's in the kitchen in her underwear and heels, eating pink cake frosting with a spoon and watching a surveillance feed on a monitor by. On and on to the bartender about the Italian girl, shows her pictures, and also a picture of Saturn torn from a magazine, orders another vodka. On and on to the bartender about the Italian girl, shows her pictures, and also one of his parakeets, and spins, nearly falls, 2 a.m., she throws him. On and on to the bartender about the Italian girl, crazy in the head, orders another vodka and Diet Coke, hands through his hair, the bitch must. "5 a.m., Chinatown in Sunset Park, hands through his hair, suit and tie, Adderall rings in his ears, a small bakery the only thing open, a young girl. Half a pack of Newports, a pot of cream of chicken soup on a gas stove, a glass of cold water, 2 tablets of Seroquel, and a bag of candy corn. Pack of Newports on the kitchen table, 600 milligrams of Seroquel in 3 doses, 2 albino parakeets in a white wire cage, and her underwear. There's pink glitter on her face, frosted pink lipstick. Orlando has on a yellow bra, and she's on the floor masturbating, reading Mishima. Secured a surveillance cam in a tree up in the mountains, and now spends his nights in front of the monitor in the bedroom, watching the feed. Room 3C in the place across from Penn Station. Crushed up amphetamines, vodka and strawberry soda. He's hidden, thinks they'll never find him, so. Lived in his car for 6 months. It's all in the past. Splashes water on his face. Still in the suit from last night. Lights a Viceroy and decides. Doesn't tell Orlando a lot of things, but they fuck twice a day, and she sings him to sleep. She's a brilliant girl with brown hair pulled back. Locks the car door, sits down on the asphalt, head swimming, hands in hair, fumbling, curses, leaning against the tire. Filthy goddamn hot sun. Vodka and strawberry soda, a package of powdered donuts, head full of lust and remorse, watches porn on his phone, and texts her from the toilet. Low silver gray bushes, Marlboro lights, small flowers with pale green and yellow petals, a plateau, an icy wind, a rusted burgundy-colored Camry. A flat expanse, a cold wind and water somewhere in the distance, gray shrubs and a dirt road down the middle, and a rusted-out Camry with a red. 100 miles per hour in a 92 Camry on a logging road, 1 hour south of James Bay. Gallon jugs in the trunk filled with water and vodka and saline. Burgundy-colored Camry, a vinyl interior filled with horrible pain, a Viceroy and an LL Bean sleeping bag, a family-sized bag of Cheetos on the Burgundy 92 Camry, rusted out and flying, a logging road beside a river, given up on the map, just due fucking north and screaming to stay awake. A swampy pit, a flower pot filled with mud, the fruit splitting its skin, a dead rabbit amongst the rocks, everything swollen and defeated and fast up a logging road, a stream beyond its banks, floorboards thick with mud, a sleeping bag soaking wet, grain alcohol on his breath, a viceroy. And due north and fast up a frozen road, icy mud and rock. In the trunk, sardines and watermelon candy, all that's left, and a dream of James Bay. Concrete block building, the Arctic Circle, mud and warm vodka, a can of beer, potato chips in a filthy basket, a blonde woman sunburnt and drunk. Soaked and drunk, the Arctic Circle or 3rd Avenue, in a bar, icy rain, the sidewalk, some Japanese girl, young, and he's invisible, stumbles on the fuck, stumbling mind, warm Smirnoff, maybe powdered donuts, or a Chinese girl, or a beautiful pond filled with beautiful fish, falls out onto the invisible in a pale blue suit, powdered donuts in one pocket, a pint of Smirnoff in the other, hurling curses at the Italian girl and slipping. Sleeps for 2 hours, then a line of meth off a credit card, another bag of Cheetos and a powdered donut, driving north until the road ends, or icy wind, standing beside a burgundy-colored Camry, the wheelbase rusted out, a royal blue suit, hands through his hair, pulls himself together. A teenage Moroccan girl, an Adderall prescription, a lifetime of disappointment, a pot of chocolate pudding on the stove, a blue glass butt plug. Tiramisu from that place in a box wrapped in pale blue paper, a head full of cocaine, a dinner party. He's drunk by 6:30 and some redhead. The place across from Penn Station, a broken window. In 3C, a mayonnaise jar filled with piss. It's 2 a.m. and the Moroccan girl is tied to the bed. A pale blue suit, the cuffs caked in chocolate-colored mud, a lifetime of horrible mistakes, a pack of viceroys in his pocket, and an icy Arctic. A pale blue vase caked in thick chocolate mud, a pot of macaroni and cheese on the stove, a mouthful of lemon candy, and a bright pink plastic. Driving all night, sleeping around sunrise, headed northwest at high speed, drinking strawberry sodas, and she jerks him off, and they eat nothing. Convinced Orlando to come with him on this crazy trip north, telling her that the north was somehow magical, though he couldn't say exactly how. Lifetime of fucking heartache and loss. He smokes and runs his hand through his hair while Orlando's on her knees with his cock in her mouth. Orlando's entirely insane and smears blue house paint all over her body, black nail polish and sunglasses, and she videotapes the whole thing. Smears himself with mud and vodka and powdered lorazepam and spaghetti sauce and under eye cream and sand from a beach in South Carolina and an icy Arctic wind, a white fox pelt for sale along with diesel fuel and Diet Pepsi and cans of spaghetti with meatballs and Marlboro Lights. 1,000 miles beneath the surface, a steel cell, no windows or doors, a shotgun and a plate of cheese pierogies, and Orlando tied to the bed. His head in his hands, Thai porn on the monitor, Orlando's in the kitchen stirring spaghetti sauce with a teaspoon. The place smells of cologne. A great blue heron, a stained blue blazer, a pack of viceroys, a blank stare, an expanse of stagnant water, a vodka rocks, a stack of pornography. Exhausted, a small kitchen table, one chair, a pack of 10cc syringes, a torn poster of Mars with thumbtacks on the wall, a plate of spaghetti, and a Chinese girl, cut off jeans, smoking a clove outside the liquor store, offers to buy her booze, already stumbling, slurs his words. She laughs and... Small kitchen table, one chair, efficiency near the Orlando airport, vodka and Diet Coke, 10cc syringes, and learn Chinese on the computer screen. Spins out of Rebecca's Bar and Grill, gin, vodka, fucking triple sec, lorazepam, a soma, a fucking day at the beach, some girl in a tube top, and a... In his underwear, practicing Mandarin on YouTube, he's watching her sleep, sniffing $10 of shitty Coke, sipping a vodka orange juice, and vodka and soma, and she's nowhere, she's gone. She never was. He never kissed her. He never met her. And there's lorazepam and morphine sulfate. And royal blue, a wave of nausea, a vast expanse, his hand in his hair, vague panic, his hand between her legs, a kingfisher watching from a stump. Stumbles, water milk blue streaming in the gutters, happy as a goddamn clam, curses and indifferent to all women, spits, a stained black blazer. Dull yellow Titan spins, milky blue water in a tall glass. A thin palm leans over a pool of ethane. Several snowy egrets, a cheap Chinese pistol. No pistol, no knife, no weapons whatsoever. A white sun, dead still air, and the days don't have names. He's in a lounge chair out back, sipping warm vodka, strawberry soda chaser, in a green plastic lounge chair on the cement patio and back. A lawn of brown grass, a withered olive tree. A white sun explodes in the sky. A palm tree sways slightly. A dust devil down a shitty street with tricycles and a 92 Camry. A cheap Chinese. A bleak fuck with her bent over the bathroom sink. He's drunk and weak. In an efficiency just south of Orlando, with the radio on classic rock. Efficiency just south of Orlando, the walls a milky blue. A worn green armchair barricades the door. In the bathroom, he's in his underwear with pistol and a spaceship, a million miles an hour, Saturn's rings, spaghetti and meatballs in a foil pouch. Orlando pleading with him over the comm. Cup of milky blue narcotic solution, eyes closed, not a thought in his head, just vague lust. A gold-plated Chinese handgun and a finger up her. Near Las Cruces, a green lounge chair and vicious solar flares. A glass of vodka with lemons. A viceroy, a home-rigged laudanum drip in his arm. A green lounge chair, cement patio at 4 a.m. in his underwear. A hot wind from black mountains. A drone hovers above the backyard. He's dead drunk.